I think we're waiting for Mayor Pro Tem.
Don't forget to adjust it so that you can make sure that your face looks good on there. You don't even need to adjust this or sit down, like, now make your face is on there, not looking like.
I'm unable to mute him. Maria's live streaming.
Okay. Hey, Barbara, good evening. Would you mind putting yourself on mute for a little bit?
Sure. It's Daniel McKenna, Barbara's husband.
Oh, sure. If you wouldn't mind muting yourself, that would be great.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Attorney Gentman, should I read us back in while we're waiting for Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, that's fine. You just read that. We won't start with the official meeting, but you can start reading us in.
Okay, great. The time is now 7:02 p.m. and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Mayor Holly Rogan, Mayor Pro Tem Jocelyn Farrell, Trustee Ted Elson, Trustee Paula Williams, Trustee Tanya Dottie, Trustee Glenn Delman, Trustee Greg Edding, Utilities Director Aaron Kaplan, Attorney Brandon Dittman, Administrator Victoria Simonson, and Town Clerk Dolores Vasquez. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of open meetings law, I ask that you state your concerns for the record. Okay, and we have Mayor Pro Tem. So we will continue the meeting. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us online tonight. Really appreciate it. We start every meeting with the land acknowledgement. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Trustee Dottie?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Edding. A motion and a second. Anything anyone would like to amend on the agenda tonight? No? Great. I'll call for the vote. Affirmative by raising your hand.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll take a reflective moment of silence. And good wishes for a good new year. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so we have two public hearings tonight, and this is the time for audience business. So this would be any business except comments pertaining to either one of the public hearings, which are the PUD overlay to 317 Evans and the major development review for 317 Evans. If there's anything else you'd like to chat with us about, please either raise your hand, put yourself on video, say hi, and please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. So anyone like to address the board tonight?
Yes, Daniel McKenna for Barbara Marcus McKenna.
Great. Could you please state your address for the record?
Yeah, it's 235 Evans Street.
Okay, and go ahead, please.
Yeah, just speaking for my neighborhood, we are definitely concerned about density in the neighborhood. I know Mr. Lee's letter to us was
excuse me, I'm sorry. This would be a comment during the public hearing portion
okay.
of which is
Sorry.
coming up just in probably 10 minutes. But I
Okay,
just want to be sure. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Thank you.
that's okay.
Anyone else like to address the board this evening? You see anyone, Clerk Vasquez?
I do not, Mayor.
Okie dokie. All right, so then we will move on to the Boulder County Sheriff's Report. Do we have Sergeant Chris tonight?
Sergeant Sears is with us this evening.
And we have a new sergeant.
Sergeant Sears, good evening. Happy New
Good
Year.
evening. You too. Yes. Thanks for having me. Yeah, Bill's still feeling getting over the nasty stuff that's going around. So I'm just filling in for him. I talked to him today about his report. Basically, quick update is for the water treatment plant that keeps getting broken into over the last few weeks to a month. So it's still ongoing, but we have identified a couple possible suspects. So we're working those leads and also got some additional resources set up around there to help identify who's going in through there. So we got our deputies up here increasing patrols up there. So hopefully that'll stop and we'll be able to put the case together and charges will be forthcoming. The recent fire, so that's the investigation's over on that for that side of it. No, it never really was a law enforcement investigation, but fire took it over and basically it was ruled accidental. So so that's done there. Traffic starting to pick up through town. The last few weeks, deputies have issued more tickets for speeding and other traffic violations. So that's good with the traffic picking up, and we're still trying to get more deputies up here to work traffic. And so that's still an ongoing process, but it's looking better for us. So kind of it. We're still on for Monday, January 23rd from 4 to 7 for the open house here at the new substation. And Bill's last day will be that Tuesday, the 24th. So.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Sergeant Sears? Trustee Edding.
Yeah, just a quick question about the fire, not necessarily for you, Sergeant Sears, but are we going to get any additional update on the fire as to the cause, why it spread, or are we just done with it and it is what it is?
Administrator Simonson, do you know if the report is a public document?
I have not seen the report yet. And actually, I talked to the owner of the property today. They haven't seen it yet. So I'm not aware that anyone has a full copy of it. If so, I have asked a couple people if it is a public document since it did occur on private property. And I have not been able to have that answered as well. So unfortunately, I don't have anything for us tonight on that. I read somewhere that you can ask for a copy of it for $30. And so I certainly can do that if we want to have that happen, but I think the owner will be happy to share it with us when they get it. I think it's up to them if it's made public. Attorney Dittman?
Typically, the investigation is no longer ongoing as a public document in my experience. So you may need to court it or, pay whatever sort of fees there are to get it. But for these types of cases that are public in nature, a lot of times the fire district, in my living experience, will just release it and say, here's the report for everyone's benefit. But it's probably a question for the fire department, though.
Okay, thank you.
Could Sergeant Sears, are you able to obtain a copy of the investigative report that you could share with us?
I just added a note on this, and tomorrow I'll look into getting the actual fire report. And I'm not sure who, so it'd be the Moffitt would be obviously the investigating, the multi-agency fire investigation team. But yeah, I'll work on that and get that to you guys. So it was ruled, I was told, accidental, and I just don't know the exact cause, but essentially it was, my understanding was from some combustibles in a closet with a lamp and just kind of got too close and caused it to start. So, but I'll get more on that so you guys can actually have for sure answers. So.
Appreciate that, Sergeant Sears. Any other questions? Okay, Well, thank you for joining us tonight and be safe out there.
You too. Thank you. You guys have a good night. Thanks.
You too. Okay, so now we'll move on to ordinances and public hearings. Tonight we have two public hearings. The first is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1139, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the overlay zoning designation of PUDR to 317 Evans Street. Before I ask for a staff report, Attorney Dittman, I would like to ask you to kind of go over the sequence of events for the public, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course, I'd be happy to. And so for the public, I'm attorney Brandon Dittman, I'm the town attorney. I'm gonna give you a few pointers on the process we employ really everywhere for public hearings of this nature. And so the process that will work going forward is that first the town staff will give a presentation on the application. They'll be followed by the board having an opportunity to ask questions concerning that application. Following that, the applicant or their designee will give a presentation from their perspective on the application. That will be followed by questions of the applicant. We'll then open it up for the public hearing. That'll be the opportunity for all of you to provide your relevant public comment concerning this application. There are two here to keep in mind as well. There's to make sure it stays somewhat. I know they're closely related, but stay on topic with what's up for discussion at this time. Once all the public comment has been received, the applicant will have the chance to rebut if they wish anything they hear from the public. That'll be followed by the closing of the public hearing. At that point in time, there's really no new information entered into the public record. The board will make a motion, a second, and have a discussion on the application. And can ask clarifying questions, but really no new information is supposed to be entered into the record at that point in time. Will then be followed by a vote on this particular item. So that's the general overview of the process. I'm happy to answer any questions the board has if they have those at this time.
Thank you so much. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Dittman? No? Okay, so I will turn it over to staff. Planner Kimmett, I assume that's you.
It is. Thank you, Mayor Rogan. And thanks, trustees, for being here tonight and members of the public. Happy to present tonight's first case. Just to continue along the line of thought that Attorney Dittman just stated, is that this, just so everyone is perfectly clear, the first portion of this evening, the first hearing, is on just rezoning, so that the actual development application will follow in the second portion of the hearing, and that will involve what the developer proposes, the applicant proposes for 317 Evans. But this first portion is generally dedicated towards a potential rezoning. If I could share my screen, so excuse me, so members of the board and members of the public can take a look at the area and reference it. Bear with me a minute while I throw a map on there. Okay. So hopefully everyone can see, excuse me, the parcel that is being considered for potential rezoning tonight. Great, thank you, Mayor Rogan. This is 317 Evans and the approximate parcel boundary of 317 Evans. So it's one parcel to the west of the corner of 3rd Avenue and Evans Street. If you zoom in a bit, you can see a little bit of the lay of the land. This is the north fork of the St. Vrain, and the parcels around it. I'll stop sharing this so that everyone can take a look at what the current zoning is. I should say the current underlying zoning. So I'll share that. This represents the zoning of this area of Lyons. The particular parcel is this parcel. So right here. And the underlying zoning is what's called R1, low density residential, which allows for single family detached residential units. This zoning classification is the predominant residential zoning classification in large parts of Lyons. And it's more of a typical zoning classification that you would see in suburban style developments across not just Lyons, Boulder County, Colorado, but across America. It's a kind of uncommon zoning characteristic for a dense central area of town. But this is the zoning that, the underlying zoning that this parcel at 317 Evans happens to have, as do additional parcels in the vicinity. What we're going to contemplate tonight is, and I'll stop sharing my screen, sorry.
Planner Kimmett, before you stop
Yeah.
sharing, can you explain to the board what the zoning is that is adjacent to the parcel? Is it lighter tan color?
Oh, sure. Yeah, great question, Attorney Dittman. So it's not immediately adjacent. So here again is the parcel. This is the R1. All parcels around this parcel are zoned R1, but across the street on the east side of 3rd Avenue, so the southeast corner of 3rd and Evans, this parcel is an R2, which is a residential medium zoning classification. So that would allow for, by default, things such as a duplex. As an
So more density than the R1 district.
Correct. Yep. R2 allows for more density. R2A is even a bit further into the density spectrum. And then R3 is the highest density zoning in our current zoning classification rubric.
Thank you. I was trying to get the board to understand the context of the area, so I appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah. Great question. So the zoning classification, zoning started in Lyons in 1857. And from that time, we don't have the exact same zoning classifications that were enabled at that time by the Board of Trustees of that era, but they're in the same sort of line. It begs the question, why are there currently now so many units on this parcel? So let me go back to, I'm going to share my screen again. Let me go back to this image. This is just your standard Google Earth image of the property. And you can tell there are many different units here. And probably even a better, this is actually probably not the best rendering. I'll share a different one. This one. There we go. Gives a bit more flavor of how dispersed and widespread the occupancy of the land is under the current regime, which has 6 allowed residential units. So getting back to what I stated just a minute ago, why? Why are there 6 units here? And that goes back to a Board of Trustees decision in 1983, June 20th, 1983, that granted the owner of the parcel at that time the ability to have 6 units. So the backstory, the history on this parcel is there were 2 houses here. So at one time, a little bit too far in, sorry. There we go. At one time on Evans Street, there was 1 house on lot 3 and 1 house on lot 2. This parcel is comprised of 2 lots in block 24 of the town of Lyons, as platted in 1929. And there were two separate houses, which over time were joined and then added to. These houses became, over the years, various types of living arrangements. It has been a nursing home, it's been apartments, it's been kind of I guess a multi-family housing complex of sorts. And subsequent to that 1983 Board of Trustees decision, there's been up to 8 housing units or even 9 housing units on the land. When the parcel, when the property went for sale earlier in 2022, it was listed with 8 units, which is a violation of the 1983 Board of Trustees decision, which granted 6 units. So it was known that that was more than what was allowed, and it's also likely been the case that there were potentially even 9 units on the parcel. So when the applicant, who is under contract to purchase the property, found out about this, the current owners were required to bring the property into compliance with 6 units. And that's how many are in occupancy today. 6 units are allowed. And the application before us tonight, getting back a bit more to the staff report, is asking for an enhancement of the allowable units to 9 residential units. So not something beyond what has already been there. And the proposal is for complete demolition of what exists and the construction of a new set of modular units. And not just that, but ones that will be of a different quality caliber than what exists. That's the backstory of why we're here discussing a PUD-R district overlay zone designation for this parcel. So I will stop sharing the screen again here. In order to better understand why we're asking, or why the town is asking in corroboration with the applicant for a PUD-R overlay, is that the parcel historically has had a high level of density and occupancy. So the ask isn't really that great, and the underlying zoning is insufficient, the R1 zoning designation. It's insufficient for a host of reasons in a lot of town, but tonight we're just discussing this particular parcel, of course, 317 Evans. So if I could share my screen one more time, I'd like to share the zoning amendment map. Okay, everyone, I think can see that now. So again, we're talking about lots 2 and 3 of block 24. The underlying zone is the R1 zoning designation that we've talked about, and what we're proposing, or what the applicant is proposing and staff advocates for, and the Board of Trustees approved on first reading, is a PUD-R overlay. So what is a PUD? A PUD is a planned unit development. It's something that's allowed in the town code, and it's not something unique to Lyons. Planned unit developments have been permissible land use opportunity for jurisdictions around Colorado since 1972. And what they do is they offer a jurisdiction and a developer flexibility beyond what the underlying zoning designates. It's something that is an important tool in wise land use. Lyons has used PUDs in the past, not the PUD-R, which stands for residential, but we have a couple of PUD mixed use examples in town, and they give the town the ability to ask certain things or obtain certain concessions from applicants, while at the same time giving the developer flexibility beyond certain constraints that the underlying zone may have, such as setbacks from front, rear, and side lots, parking requirements, things such as that. there's room for negotiation as opposed to a strict prescribed or formatted approach to zoning. So this overlay zoning designation, should it be approved tonight, is something that does not last forever should the application or the developer or the applicant's desire to move this project forward not be completed within a year. It grants the applicant 1 year to come up with a PUD plan. Now that will be a part of the next hearing this evening, is the actual major development review final PUD plan. So the applicant is ready to move forward on that. However, that might not be approved tonight for all we know. And that would give the applicant 1 year to come up with a plan that is sufficient for the town. Should the board approve the PUDR this evening, that is only valid for this applicant. It is not something that another applicant could come forward to the town, and should the current applicant say, well, you know, I'm washing my hands of this, I don't want to deal with this anymore. A new applicant would have to go through a new PUDR process if that's what they want. So that's certainly something to consider in your deliberations this evening. The town has received the application materials, reviewed the application materials submitted by the applicant, and certainly we feel that the underlying zoning, which has 6 units by virtue of that 1983 decision, is inadequate regardless of what happens tonight. And the PUDR gives that character and flexibility that could produce something good for this parcel, which currently has housing that's substandard. And that's why we are here in kind of quick order, going from a potential PUDR overlay district designation on one hand tonight, followed by final PUD plan review, public comment period tonight as well. Last, it's important to note that the town has a long time desire to enable affordable housing within Lyons. As we all are aware, Lyons is becoming increasingly unaffordable. And if you go back to the 2010 comprehensive plan, housing objective 1.2 in that plan stated that it's the town's desire to increase opportunities for affordable housing. So that was a plan from prior to the flood. It's now 12 years old or 13 years old, that plan. We have less housing because of the flood, but we all less housing and less affordable housing because of the flood, but we also have not really attained our own affordable housing desires. And there's much more that we aim for to try to keep Lyons a place that current families can reside in, newcomers can come and have an opportunity to put down roots. It's potentially getting to the point that there are families who have been here for just a short period of time or for decades, that their own children can't live in this place that people really love. And that's really unfortunate. The opportunity given by multifamily housing on the property that already has it under the PUDR designation seems to make sense. And then that in turn jives well with the comprehensive plan of 2023, which will be adopted in the coming weeks. That plan has a goal, it's called goal HN2, to expand and preserve workforce and affordable housing options. So again, a PUDR would give this particular developer an opportunity to help us attain affordable housing options. So something to think about, as these are certainly these comprehensive plans are applicable to all of our decision making, whether it be staff level, PCDC, Board of Trustees, we should always be cognizant of the comprehensive plan and how we make our decisions. That's about it as far as a staff report. After or when it's my turn again to talk about the review criteria and staff findings of fact, I'm happy to go through the 6 official zoning map amendment approval criteria that are a part of what you need to consider this evening.
Well, thank you, Planner Kimmett, very much. Before we pepper you with questions, maybe now is the time to go through those review criteria.
Oh, okay. Happy to do so,
And that
Mayor
way, if
Logan.
we have questions about them, we can ask you.
Fair point. Okay, I will share my screen so that can also be seen.
Great.
Let's see, staff report. Okay, can everyone see a document that says review criteria and staff findings of fact? Great. So I'll just read verbatim. Staff finds that the application has met the below criteria 1, 5, and 6. Of note, only one criterion is necessary to approve an official zoning map amendment. These are the various criterion that can be contemplated. Warranting approval for amending the official zoning map of the town of Lyons, which in this case is applying a PUDR overlay designation through rezoning. So Lyons Municipal Code section 16-15-40 official zoning map amendment approval criteria. The town should use the following criteria to evaluate the applicant's request. 1, to correct a manifest error in an ordinance establishing the zoning for a specific property. Staff feels that the current underlying zoning, as mentioned, is insufficient. I'll skip to 5. The area requested for rezoning has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public interest to encourage development or redevelopment of the area. And the rezoning will be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. And then 6, a rezoning to a planned unit development overlay district is requested to encourage innovative and creative design and to promote a mix of land uses in the development.
Okay. Would you mind unsharing your screen if you're
Sure. Yeah.
ready? Great. Okay. Who amongst the Board of Trustees has questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, thank you. 2 questions. So Planner Kimmett, you made the comment that this PUDR is only for the current applicant that we're going to be discussing next. Why, if we were to approve this evening, would this not then just go as an overlay permanent to the land, regardless if the next should pass or fail?
Right. That's a great question, Mayor Pro Tem. So the reason is the code states that an applicant has a year to make use of a PUD. So if they don't, if there's not a successful PUD plan promulgated, approved by the Board of Trustees, then that PUD is no longer, that PUD approval is no longer valid. So it expires after a year, essentially. Now, if it's approved, it lasts forever. So should the PUD be approved and the development go forth and is constructed, then that PUDR will stay with that property. But if for whatever reason, which we can't envisage right now, the development doesn't happen under this developer, then the PUDR will expire after a year.
Okay. And then I have a question about parking because there's a statement that you've got that I need clarification on.
Mhm.
It's under your PUDR requested modifications.
Okay.
When I scroll through the whole packet, it happens to be on page 29, but I know not everybody looks at their packets the way I do. So, but it is your document, PUDR requested modifications, and you've got density, setbacks, and parking, as well as review criteria. And I've got a question about the parking.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The last paragraph with under parking, it says the applicant recommends that in the long term, the alley be paved. Encroaching improvements on the adjacent property to the east complicates paving in the short term. Please see Alta survey. And I didn't see something that looked like an Alta survey unless I missed it. But I was curious, what does that mean in terms of why there would be a complication of paving for short term? So anyway, can you explain all that?
I can try. So there is an Alta survey.
Okay.
And I can share that if you'd like to see that.
Please.
Happy to do so. Hold on one second. Okay, so that should populate your screen here pretty quick. Okay, this is the Alta survey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was
Right on top.
Yeah, no worries. And I'll zoom in a little bit because it's slightly obtuse. So this is the Alta survey. The alley in reference is the alley on the south side of the property. Now the orientation of this Alta survey is north is to the right. So south is to the left. This is the alley. This is the property, 317 Evans. And the Alta survey, so an Alta survey shows current improvements. So these are the current buildings as exist on the property today. The alley right now is unpaved. There's overhead town of lines, electrical lines on the south side of the alley within the right of way. And I believe, if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're curious as to why in the short term, it's not feasible to pave the alley. Is that it?
Well, that's what it says here, but I mean, I would assume that you wouldn't pave an alley until after the development is complete. That would be kind of at the end.
Yeah, that's that's not necessarily the case. You could pave an alley at any point. It's like, you go into a housing development and they pave the streets first, and then they build the houses. So in theory, the alley could be paved. Now, whether or not that's actually going to happen is hard to say. And that would come into part of the next hearing.
I think that's more part of I was going to jump in.
Yeah.
The paving specifically is more part of the next item.
Hearing. Yeah.
However, I think the relevant question is that, are you asking for a parking modification? Because the PUD approval criteria does require that to comply with all code requirements regarding parking. And so if there's information, in that relevant to why we're requesting a parking modification, that needs to be answered at this time.
Right. So I guess that's partly why I was confused by the statement at this point in here. So I guess my next then follow-up is we've talked about, if there are 9 units, what's the requirement number of parking according to code?
Right. So according to code for the proposal, which will come forth in the next part of the hearing tonight, or the next hearing tonight, it would require, the development would require 13.25 spaces. So 1 space for each of the 7 individual units, 2 spaces each for the multifamily housing, and then 0.25 for guest parking. So that would total to 13.25 spaces. The developer would be proposing less spaces than the required. It would be up to 10 spaces that the developer is proposing. And 2 of those would be within the right of way on Evans on a driveway. But again, that's a part of, this is where the 2 get kind of intertwined, this hearing and the next hearing. But just to give you an understanding of the rationale behind the parking requirements. So 13.25 spaces would be required. However, as I mentioned previously, in any PUD, not just in Lyons, but any PUD anywhere, one of the flexibility agents is parking requirements, parking standards. And so the town of Lyons has that flexibility to allow for less than required parking per the underlying zoning district. The underlying zoning being R1.
So, okay, so I understand that. So
Mhm.
then, is this the time that if I wanted to propose, after we get through discussion, that say we would like to have some additional parking from the alley access on the buyout property that's adjacent to the alley, we could specify X number of spots there. Is this for that or not? Or
that would be the next hearing. Yeah.
But I think what is important here is that one of the development review standards for a PUD is that PUD plan shall be subject to off-street parking and loading standards unless varied by the PUD process. And so the overall level of parking is not where they're at, but the overall level of parking is relevant to this process. And so if you have any conditions you would like to suggest with regard to the overall level of parking, that is relevant when we get to the discussion portion of the meeting.
so for clarity, I, on a condition request, can make a motion to be sure that we can include potential parking on the buyout property, the adjacent buyout property, perhaps.
I would say the way when we get to that stage, the way I would think about it is I'm, we'll say we are going to approve this subject to a condition. So I move to approve this subject to the condition that the development have 13 spaces or 12 spaces. And then the next hearing, if this were to be approved, would consider where those spaces are going to be.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I know it's complicated, so.
Planner Kimmett, would you mind unsharing your screen, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Those great questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else have questions for Planner Kimmett? Okay. I actually have a question for the floodplain administrator. Which is, do you have any concerns from a flood perspective?
Not in regard to the rezoning.
Okay, great. All right. Yes, Trustee Edding, please.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because this point seems kind of sticky to me. If we make the decision in the first public hearing to approve this PUDR, it mandates that in the second public hearing, we have to come up with 13 spaces. We can't in the second public hearing say no, 9 is fine. Is that true?
There is no second public hearing. So this is the second reading.
Okay. Oh, I mean, the second public hearing tonight, the design review.
Yes.
But Attorney Dittman, we're locking ourselves into 13 spaces, and we have to resolve it in the next.
No, so during this, so the way I would look at it is that this process would set the overall number of spaces.
Yeah.
The next one would say, here's where they go. This is like the overall zoning, right? The requirements, the rules of the road. The next one is this development specific.
Okay, I understand. So do we want to set ourselves at 13? Right.
Well, I think
Yes, up to you guys, right?
Yeah, and that's for, so that's for our discussion after the public hearing. We can discuss that as board after the public hearing tonight.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? No? Okay, does the applicant have a presentation tonight? Evening, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, trustees and everyone. Thank you, Planner Kemet, for teeing this up so well. I'll be very brief. I think there are only a few things that I might add to it. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Lee Williams, along with my partner, Eve Nath. I live at 600 Indian Lookout Road. We're also joined by our architect, Matt. Where is Matt? Where's Matt? There's Matt McMullen, and with the wave and the sock in the corner. Let me just apologize for taking up 2 squares of our Hollywood Squares assortment. I think my voice is best.
And you just muted yourself, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lee, you muted yourself.
There we go. Not sure how that happened, but I think it's unhappened. I think the trustees, the board, everyone is pretty familiar with our objective in this process, but it forms the motivation really not only for ultimately the development that we'll propose in the second half, but certainly for this rezoning. What we're hoping with the rezoning is to open up a discussion that will allow us to pursue a broad array of improvements to the property, to its operation, improving on almost every dimension. One might be building appearance or quality of life. Another might be life safety, including flood protection. We think there are pretty clear improvements on those dimensions, as well as on affordability, accessibility, environmental responsibility. We are in fact proposing to expand the number of parking spaces on the property. There are a couple of dimensions on which people might debate whether there's an improvement or a degradation. We see improvement, for example, in going from approved density of 6 to 9, while some might have their reservations about that. We see that as consistent with the comp plan, consistent with what we as a community are looking for. But we recognize that not everyone might agree. Same for setbacks. We would be improving, deepening the setback in the front of the property, in the rear of the property, on the northwest corner, but we would also be narrowing the setbacks immediately to the east and to the west. So in some senses, we think that we'd be improving, but we recognize that that's not a 100% obvious improvement in everyone's minds. So those are the discussions that we would propose be opened up by the approval of a PUD. There are 3 modifications that we would pursue. Trustee Farrell has mentioned parking as one of them. We would ask that a fixed number of parking spaces on the property either be included in this PUD segment this evening, or if more appropriately in the second half. If it is to be codified in this first half under the PUD, we would suggest that we nominate 10 parking spaces as the natural threshold, rather than presuming that we'll be able to find other spaces either in the Dr. Bob property or in other adjoining properties. We certainly support doing that in Dr. Bob or elsewhere, but rather than tying our hands in the second half, we would ask the trustees to consider setting a limit of 10. Same for density. If we were to fix a number, we would ask that the trustees, as part of the PUD process, move density from 6 units to 9, moving effectively from the technical compliance number of 6 to the reality of most of the last 40 years of 8 or 9. And finally, on setbacks, I'm not sure that it's appropriate to set every one of those setbacks, but we certainly have numbers that we could propose for north, south, east, and west, if it's appropriate to include them in this first round this evening. Finally, what I'd just say is we support Planner Kimmett's suggestion that one or more of the review criteria have been met. We tend to hang our hat on number 5, saying that the area has changed to such a degree that it's in the public interest to encourage redevelopment. And we may have qualified under other criteria as well. That one seems pretty natural to us. The second half of that same criterion is consistency with the comp plan. And we've identified a dozen or so elements of the comp plan that are consistent and that might drive a decision like the one that we've asked the trustees to make this evening. So I'm happy to answer questions. One question that's already been posed that I might be able to shed just a little bit of light on. Trustee Farrell was asking about this reference to the Alta survey and to the paving of the alley. The property immediately to the east of the parcel under discussion has 2 very modest structures in the alley. There's a frame shed on that Alta survey, and there's a fire pit on that same survey that actually sit in the alley. So if we were to say, yes, we would ask the town to pave the alley, we would put parking spaces that are striped in our parcel immediately adjacent to the alley. It would require that we either take a little bit of time to work something out with the neighbor, between the town and this neighbor, between ourselves and this neighbor, or that we postpone that use and pavement of the alley until that can be resolved. That's the encroachment. That's the reference to the survey that we had in that one line. And with that, I think I'll close. I'm happy to take questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Who has questions for the applicant? No. Great, Trustee Delman.
So I'm wondering, why is it needed that the alley needs to be paved?
It doesn't necessarily need to be paved. Of the 10 parking spaces that we're proposing, 6 are on that alley, and they wouldn't necessarily require pavement, but there are 2 reasons why it would be preferable. One is that one of those spaces is fully accessible van space with an aisle, and it is much more serviceable if it is not only paved itself, but if it has pavement leading to it from each direction. So we would make fully accessible paths into it from the property. We would make it fully accessible with both van space and aisle, but to have a gravel driveway next to it could easily degrade the use of that aisle. The second reason is that the town requires a trash enclosure, which today is sitting in the Dr. Bott property. We'd prefer to put it against one of our structures along that alleyway. But in order to properly serve it with a commercial garbage truck, we really believe that that alley should be paved. Probably concrete would be required up to the enclosure, and the town could determine whether concrete should run the full length of the alley or if it would be preferable to transition from concrete to asphalt.
Okay, I do know that the EAB is concerned about it being paved and that being in some in the floodway and some in the floodplain. That does speed up the river if there's flooding, and also with the vehicles, if they are leaking anything, it's better to have it gravel rather than to sit on the concrete and then get washed into the river when the rains come.
Yeah, we share their respect for the creek. If there are better solutions than the paving that I have imagined in my mind, we are absolutely open to them. Our priorities simply are to have access to those parking spaces, ensure that the accessible space is in fact usable in its accessible capacity, and that trucks would be able to enter the alley and service something to the right as they enter along our property line.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Delman. Trustee Edding, did you have a question?
Yeah, real quick. Just going back to the parking. Right now, as the property exists, and it has since 1983 when the units were built out, can you remind us again how many parking places you think are on there? Because I know it's not really defined parking right now, but how many parking places are currently on there? What's the most amount of cars you've ever seen parked there? And if we did go to a limit of 10, would that just be a continuation of historically what the property's been?
I think it would actually be that continuation. Let me answer the questions one by one as best I can. There is today an open courtyard in the back, which sometimes accommodates free-form parking. In one of the photographs that Planner Kimmett displayed, there were 3 cars or maybe 4 in that rear courtyard, but that courtyard ultimately would have both structures and landscaping and accessible pathways under the plan that we contemplate. So it would no longer be available for that kind of freestyle parking. Today, there is also front end parking on the Evans side. We see 1 vehicle there now. It's pretty common for 2 or 3, there are 2 vehicles, it looks like. It's pretty common for 2 or 3 vehicles to be there today. I've been watching this property now since September, and each time I go, I have actually counted the number of vehicles. I've never seen more than 8, and I typically see about 5. Now, one caveat is that most of the period during which I've been making those observations, the property has only been occupied as 6 units, not 8, not 9. But if we typically see 5 and we multiply that by 1.5, recognizing that we might add 3 units, then we'd be at 7 or 8 necessary, and we're proposing 10. So from where we sit, there are 2 ways that we're, I think, meeting the spirit of what we're all trying to accomplish here. One is we're actually improving the quality of the parking spaces, the number of the parking spaces, and we're providing more spaces than we would naturally mathematically expect to be required by the number of units that we're proposing to put on the property. There are 8 today, more or less. There would be 10 under our plan, but admittedly short of the 13.25 that some of the calculations might require.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, trustee Edding, and thank you, Planner Kimmett, for the tour through the property there. Would you mind terribly in sharing your screen, please? Thank you. Trustee Dati.
Thank you for that presentation. I didn't realize we were going to be talking about parking during this first public hearing. I thought it was going to be the second part under major development review, but since we're here and we're talking about parking and I got a better view of those 2 structures to the east of the lot, I'm just curious if if indeed we realize that with increasing the number of units to 9, we actually need more parking spaces than 10. Is it possible in the future to use that lot next door? Is it possible to create parking spaces there? Is there some kind of agreement that could be made?
There are 2 lots next door. One is the Dr. Bott property to the south. And I think that's what Trustee Farrell was referring to, the possibility of putting perhaps the guest spaces in that corner of that Dr. Bott property. There is also another private lot to the east, owned by a completely separate independent property owner. I will say that I have approached that property owner about renting the rear space on his lot, but we haven't had enough of a discussion for me to be able to make any representations to the trustees or to anyone that he's agreed to it or is interested in it or is disinterested in it. I will only say that, yes, I also asked that question and that may be something that we might contemplate at some future date. I'm not sure that that's the best solution now that we've found 10 spots with the backup of the Dr. Bop property. So my suggestion would be that Plan A, we put everything exactly as we have it on the site plans, allowing for 10 spaces. Plan B would be that the town might consider supplementing it with a few spots on Dr. Bop, whether that decision is made this evening or not. Plan C might actually be to put more front-end spaces on Evans, though I personally think that would be unappealing because it would make the property look more institutional and less like the single-family homes between which it sits on Evans. But it would be an opportunity to provide more spaces if the trustees or if the community believed that that was a priority. And then ultimately, Plan D, Trustee Daddy, would be perhaps at some point in the future being able to work out some compromise with one or more neighbors where they might be willing to lease a part of their property. Something I can't promise now and would hate to even hint at being able to deliver.
Thank you for that thorough explanation. I appreciate all the options.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't have any questions, but I do have one question for Administrator Simonson, if I could. And that is, have there historically been complaints about the number of cars parked on or near that property over the past 10 years?
I have never received any.
Okay, great.
Now that we were talking a little bit about parking in regard to the floodplain, I do want to note, this is kind of confusing because it overlaps. In regard to parking and the floodplain, if the board would choose to use anything on the Dr. Bop property, then it must remain unpaved, unimproved parking. If we choose to use our own right-of-way, which would be the alley, then it would be up to the Board of Trustees. If you want to pave it or not.
Okay.
And
Thank you
again,
for
for this process, we're only talking about the number of spots, not where they're at. So
No, I just the paving piece.
Thank you. I know it's hard to keep it in line here, so appreciate that. Okay, well, if there are no other questions for the applicant, then I will officially open the public hearing. So any member of the public is welcome to comment if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address for the record. I think I see, I don't know if it's Mr. or Ms. over there, but please go ahead.
Yeah, it's Daniel McKenna for Barbara and
Thank you.
Marcus McKenna. Sharing our computer.
Great.
can you state your address for the record, please?
Yeah, 235 Evans Street. We're 1 block east of the proposal for the development. Just a couple points. Kind of disturbing to hear that you're even considering paving the flood zone property. It's a natural area, it's natural habitat, and the river has already sculpted that out. Lions volunteers have already planted willow trees along there. And it's a natural area that I think I'm totally opposed to developing it or paving it or putting cars parked upon it. If anything, please just leave it alone. If you propose to put picnic tables or new trash cans there, I think anybody coming around Park Street is going to see picnic tables and trash cans and stop and empty out their cars of their trash. And then we'd have to pick that trash up. So that area is actually used by the community and local folks on Evans and Park Streets for river access. We don't need to improve or advertise access to the river there. So I'm really just speaking for the natural habitat in that area. Once I'd like to speak to the 9 units. It definitely is more dense than 6 units, livable units there. So a 33% increase. If you really look at the numbers there, Mr. Lee says it'd be 8 or 9 cars that have been parked there. I walk by there every day. I've only seen 3, 4 cars out front and 1 or 2 out back. I've only seen a total of 5 cars for the last couple years. So when you're talking 10 spaces, when you're talking 13.25 spaces, I don't know where he's going to put them, and please don't pave the alleyway. So it's an increase in density. It's an increase in traffic. We already have 20 spaces going in behind Arn's place, which is Caddy Corner. And Bone Park just got another 80 plus another 30 parking spaces. So recently we've had about 130 parking spaces on the west side of our community, of our street, and also over by the reclamation plant. So it is going to be more dense. It's going to be a little more complex. There's going to be more traffic, especially on 3rd Avenue and on that side of Evans, although I'm not even in that block. I will say, in fairness to Mr. Lee, he has taken our comments. He has told me that he didn't want to really improve. He wants to improve the Dr. Bop property that he calls, but we know that the Planning Commission approved his PUDR overlay. You guys have the difficult decision to make it solid tonight. But they approved it with conditions. So we want to remind you, the BOT, that you guys have power, and we don't want to set a precedent of developers coming in, scraping a single family home, which this is not. This has got 6 to 7 to 8 units on it. So I understand his need for building, improving the lot, which he will do. I don't have a problem with people improving their lots and putting a mother-in-law apartment behind their homes, but when you talk about a duplex, a garage, and then originally he said 2 buildings, 2 single-story buildings behind there, he wanted to tuck them in. That was his quote. We find out that was his first letter to the community. Then we find out it's going to be 7 units plus 2 others, 9 units. If you really think about that, I think that could be 9 to 16 to 18 people. And I know that everybody owns a car these days, and some people own 2, possibly 3. So I think the parking is a problem. I think it's a big sticking point. I agree we need affordable housing in Lyons, and I think I've pretty much said enough.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks, Victoria.
And who's up next? Wendy Miller, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Wendy Miller. I live at 116 number 1 Park Street, which is about a block and a half down from this address. I would just like to say that I really hope that this improvement happens. It's needed to be changed for a long time. The prior owner was very negligent in taking care of the property and the renters that live there. I can't get into the details of that whole thing with her, but I have rented from her before, and I really know that she has taken advantage of the property and the renters from there. I feel like this is going to be a huge improvement all the way around for not only the community but the renters in this town. She has had 9 different apartments there at separate times throughout, inheriting it from her mother, and many people living in those same buildings without proper safety mitigations, basic fire safety stuff. So I think that having 8 to 9 units there again is not going to be any difference. I don't think people are really going to notice any difference whatsoever between the unit, the way it's been going for many years, and the improvements that hopefully take place. I'm 100% in favor of this. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Wendy. Anybody else care to comment during this public hearing? Do you see anyone, Clerk Vasquez?
I do not, Mayor.
Okey-dokey. So I will then close the public hearing and ask the applicants if they would like to offer any rebuttal.
Just a couple of comments on Mr. McKenna's comments. I think actually rather than a rebuttal, some of it is pure confirmation. I agree that we should be very reluctant to disturb the Dr. Bott property in any way, especially particularly close to the stream. So if the trustees ultimately contemplating putting some unpaved guest parking spaces in, I would advocate for them being in the absolute farthest zone of that property, perhaps the northeast corner along the alley. And I wouldn't suggest that we put half dozen or a dozen there. We might put 2 or 4, 6, because I, like Mr. McKenna, appreciate the willows along the creek, the general natural character of that Dr. Bott property. And that's not just my opinion or Mr. McKenna's. He mentioned that I had heard comments from neighbors. We convened 2 coffees, had 17 people attend them. We got a variety of comments. Many people were generally supportive of the project. Some people wanted to see more parking. Some were concerned that more parking spaces might mean fewer trees, but there was a consensus that we should not do more than absolutely necessary with the Dr. Bott property. People didn't want to see it dramatically improved or made in a much more manicured state than it is today. So I echo all of those concerns, not just for my own part, but passing along what I thought were fair comments from neighbors. One other comment caught my attention. I just want to apologize if there was ever any confusion about the number of units or structures that we were contemplating. From day one, it's been exactly as is presented in the plans that we'll discuss later this evening. A duplex in the front, a quadruplex, 4-plex on the eastern side, a 3-plex on the western side, where that 3 and 4, 2 buildings, but 7 units are actually tucked into the back of the property. So it's those 3 structures plus a garage. There are 4 structures, depending on how we might count today. We would have 4 structures in the future, and that's what we've always had in mind. 9 units, 4 structures, 3 of which are residential, 1 of which would be the garage. So my apologies if there was ever any confusion between what sometimes people call the number of units or number of keys or number of buildings or structures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So now I would entertain a motion and then we can move into board discussion. Anybody like to make a motion? Trustee Dottie.
Sorry, I need to unmute first. Yes, I would like to make a motion that the board approve the second reading of the rezoning of 317 Evans Street with the PUDR overlay designation, finding that the application complies with the standards contained in Lyons Municipal Code 16-15-40.
Thank you so much. Is there a second? Trustee Williams. Trustee Williams second. So there's a motion and a second. Okay. Discussion. Who would like to start? Trustee Edding.
All right, thank you, Mayor Rogan. Real quick though, as a matter of procedure, how do we deal with the parking issue saying the motion has a condition of a PUD overlay, but with a minimum of, or a maximum of, no, I guess would be a minimum of 10 parking places as opposed to the 13 required by the PUD.
I'll let Attorney Dittman answer that one.
And thank you, Trustee Edding. I would probably propose that you do an amendment to the motion. Planner Kemet, you did not have that included in the standard motion that include 10, right? So I would propose an amendment.
Okay, should I go ahead and do that now?
Up to you.
Okay.
You can do discussion. You can do that amendment now. It's
All right.
your oyster.
Okay, so I'll just cut to the chase. I propose an amendment to the ordinance such that there is a minimum of 10 parking spaces as opposed to the 13.
Is
I'll
there a
second.
second? Mayor Pro Tem seconds. Okay. Any discussion?
I appreciate you making that motion. That's what I was going to do as well.
All right, and if I still have the floor, I'll just cut to the chase from my viewpoint. I intend to vote yes for this. It seems really clear, the 6 items that you had, Mr. Kemet, regarding the rezoning. Number 1 sealed the deal. All we're doing is correcting what the town did in the 1980s. So I don't see this as being debatable at all. Obviously, the debate will be the second half tonight, not the first half. So this seems very clean to me. Thank you, Mayor Rogan.
You're welcome. Let's first have some discussion about Trustee Edding's amendment and vote on the amendment, and then have more discussion about the ordinance. So any other discussion about the parking amendment? Trustee Williams?
Yeah, just that I was in favor of that and was intending to do the same thing that Trustee Edding did.
Great. We could have had 3 trustees make the same motion. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, Trustee Dillman.
I also agree with the 10 rather than 13 parking spaces. And I don't believe, I don't know if this is the right time, but that the Dr. Bob property would be proper for any of the parking spaces. That is a heavily used area with the horseshoes and everything. And I think it's better to not have anything go in there.
And we'll discuss that at during the next hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay. I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All in favor, raise your hand.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Clerk Vasquez. Okay. Additional discussion on the ordinance. Administrator Simonson.
I believe that Planner Kimmett has a suggestion regarding setbacks if there are no other amendments by the trustees.
Go ahead, Planner Kimmett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rogan. Thank you, Administrator Simonson. So since we're finalizing a framework for parking, it seems to make sense that it would be an appropriate time for setbacks too. Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, and I think actually, if you look at the supplemental review criterion 16490, it makes sense to handle the setbacks as well. If they're gonna in any way be different than the R1 standards.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the process for moving forward with that then?
So
process be an amendment. And so I think it makes sense, Mayor Rogan. What I suggest is that maybe Planner Kemet suggest what the amendment should be, and then someone can adopt that as their own.
Okay, Planner Kemet?
Yeah, sure. I think I should probably share my screen so you can see this. This is definitely a visual.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Okay. so everyone should be able to see my screen. Earlier, we looked at the Alta survey that Mayor Pro Tem Farrell had mentioned, just plain, but I've geo-referenced it onto a map so you can see it kind of a little bit more live and in reference to what's underlying. So again, the blue is the property boundary for 317 Evans. And as you can see, the current property, the current improvements to the property actually extend into the right-of-way of Evans. So anything to the north of this line is town-owned right-of-way, and the building as it's now, the buildings as they now exist actually go into the right-of-way. So there's private buildings on town-owned right-of-way there, which that's not something that should happen and was definitely not approved at any point. The applicant has referenced that their proposal would actually be a reduction from setbacks that are now a part of the property. So if we zoom in just a little bit more on the south side, you can see there's this structure. And I will make this a little bit more transparent. So you can see here's structures, here's the Alta survey. So that's a separate shed structure right now that's just a few feet from the setback on the south side and very close to the west side. If we look at the east side improvements as they exist now on this portion of the property, sorry about that. They as well are very close to the property edge. So what the applicant is proposing is this with regard to setbacks. So here is their plan. If you recall what we just talked about, the current building actually goes into the right-of-way. So the front setback of what is proposed is a significant reduction from what exists today. The same goes for the sides. And then the rear, there is a building here right now. That building is gone. So it's something to consider. There are, with regard to what R1 zoning allows at this time, the underlying zoning, again, because we were talking about the underlying parking requirements, the underlying zoning requirement standard right now for an R1 is 20 feet front setback, 25 feet rear setback, and a combination 15 feet. So could be 10 and 5, 7.5 and 7.5 on the sides. So if we do a quick, hold on, a quick measure of what is there, or what is being proposed, I should say. This distance from the front of the building to the property line is approximately 10 feet. So that is an encroachment into the setbacks. The required setback is 20. This is roughly 10. This is approximate. I'm using GIS. So this is rough. The side setback on one side is roughly 5.5, 6 feet. On the other side, it's again roughly 5 feet. So the R1 underlying zoning requires 15 feet in total. So that would be a bit of an encroachment. And then the rear, sorry about that. We went into hyperdrive. Okay, let me zoom back in. From the rear of the building to the rear property line, that is 15 feet from the rear building, roughly 15 feet. This is the trash enclosure area. So that would be something in the setback area as well. But we're comparing, if we're going for an apples to apples comparison, the setbacks that are being proposed are less obtrusive than what currently exists with the improvements on the property. And again, getting to what is permitted in a PUD, any PUD, the board has the ability to waive setback requirements.
Thank you for that. Trustee Edding.
Yeah, this whole process on the setbacks is really curious to me because I know, or I thought I understood setbacks in R1 zoning. For example, the rear setback was 5 feet from an auxiliary building, but then 20 feet from the principal building. And when you have a PUD, you don't really have principal and auxiliary buildings. So I don't understand how we even apply R1 setbacks to PUDs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, so the underlying zoning is what exists today. So how you should contemplate this is what are the permissible setbacks in an R1 zone? And right now that would be 20 feet front, 25 feet rear, 15 feet on either side of combined sides. In a PUD, you have the flexibility to say, okay, these are those underlying setbacks. We're going to waive that requirement as a part of this PUD process. So that standard does not need to have to apply, just like the parking standard does not need to have to apply. It's part of the negotiation of what the town is willing to concede and what a developer needs and is likewise willing to concede in other parts of the overall development.
Trustee Elson, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I did. So it wasn't clear in your presentation what the setbacks we need to request are for this.
Right, that's a great point, Trustee Elson. So we can say, because they are varied, we can frame it in as proposed by the PUD, by the major development review final PUD plan, if that makes sense, Attorney Dittman, as the language to be used.
Is that included in the packet and will that be recorded as part of the property? Is that survey showing this? That survey showing the setbacks is going to be recorded as part of the property, right?
Right, and that is a part of the packet.
Okay,
that's in the packet.
Yeah, it's just important that we include what eventually gets recorded with the property is part of that, right? If you're going to reference it, people have to be able to find it.
Okay, and yeah, that's a good point. And so it could be referenced as the document is called. There's a formal name to the document in the packet. Let me find it here. It is called Enlarged Site Plan A102.
Okay. I want to make sure that Trustee Edding didn't have any more questions. I feel like I might have cut you off inadvertently.
No, I still don't understand, and maybe it's fine. I don't want to take up everybody's time, but why we process setbacks when the setbacks in R1 are determined by what kind of building, and that doesn't apply to a PUD. So I don't understand why we would actually be doing setbacks at this point and not the second half.
Yeah.
That's regardless, though. We can still do them. I don't care. Attorney Dittman, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we're doing it is because if you look at the code, and it's confusing, it gets intertwined in these types of complicated developments. But if you look at the code requirements for a PUD and the supplemental approval criteria, it specifically references that that the setbacks are the same unless altered, same as the parking, right? So you have to basically identify in the PUD what are the rules we're changing for this property. It doesn't say how we're going to do it. It just says what are the rules that are changing, right? And so the setbacks are part of that, density are part of that. We've already established as part of this that they're getting bonus density, for affordable housing pursuant to 16420 at 9 units, but because the setbacks are going to be specifically different, it's not included. It's not specifically laid out in the ordinance. We just need to kind of wrap that up.
Okay, so what eventually is the motion here or the amendment? The amendment is to have reduced setbacks of this and this amount? And have we established those, going back to Trustee Elson's question?
I think we're trying to work through that right now, but I think Planner Kimmett is going to answer that question.
Yeah, let's answer that.
Yeah, I think Trustee Edding, the best way to state that would be to reference the document, the enlarged site plan A102 as proposed by the applicant, because that's a document in the packet that can be directly referenced.
Yeah.
I also want to clarify what I had said for the R1 zone underlying setbacks. I mistakenly said 20 feet front, 25 feet rear. It's flipped. It's actually a 25-foot setback in the front, 20-foot setback in the rear. So my apology for that oversight.
Okay, Administrator Simonson.
Knowing that I'm okay if we want to reference that document, if that is his final document. Otherwise, I think I would be more comfortable saying no more than 10 feet as a front yard setback, side yard combination of no less than 12, and rear yard 15. I mean, there's, unless those are the final drawings, I don't want to reference that document. I'd rather you guys put a number on it that is still a reasonable number based on his plans.
Okay, Planner Kimmett, did you have an additional comment on that?
I do, and that's a great point, Administrator Simonson. I think that the applicant's architect should probably speak to that, to those numbers, because they know best as far as what that number could potentially be should you accept it. But they can reference their own material better than I.
Okay, Mr. Williams, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I'm happy to be corrected by my architect if it turns out that I have any of these numbers wrong. What I'd suggest is 4 numbers, 1 for each of the sides, and that we build in just a very modest 1-foot buffer in case something changes. So in the front, that A102 sheet contemplates a 10-foot setback. I would just ask that we make that 9. If we're going to write this into the law, if we're going to make it an ordinance, then that little bit of flexibility might make the difference between being compliant or not. On the south side, on the alley side, our A102 has 14 feet. I would ask that we codify that at 13. And on east and west, our documents have 5 feet each. If we made them 4 feet each, ultimately they are much more likely to be at 5, but that would give us just that tiniest bit of breathing room. So 9 to the north, 13 to the south, 4 to the east and west. Please.
Thank you. Mr. McMullen?
Yeah, hey, thank you. I just had one clarification to what Lee said, and that is, if you look at sheet A102, we do suggest porches on the front of the structure. So if you look at A102, we are showing 10-foot front yard setback to the building face, and then a 4-foot setback that would allow us to have a 6-foot front porch on the duplex in order to promote street life and the ability for people to sit out and engage people walking on Evans Street.
Okay, so then what you'd be asking for if the porch is included is actually a 3-foot setback to the north.
Yeah, using Lee's logic of a 1-foot buffer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Planner Kimmett, can you remind me whether in Lyons the porches are allowed to surpass the setback or not? There's some places they are. And I can check too, but if you know off the top of your head.
Hold on, I'm muted. Sorry about that. I'm not sure. I need to check that.
I believe they're counted as a setback if they're attached and covered.
Okay.
Attached and covered.
Mhm.
So if they're not covered, then they're not.
I guess the question for the applicant, would these be a covered porch?
Yes, they're proposed as covered right now.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Edding?
But I would double check that for a PUD.
This has come up on the PCDC before. I believe it had to do with the height of the porch. If the porch was over 24 inches high, then it's considered the footprint of the principal unit. If it was under 24 inches, it was not considered the footprint of the principal unit. And I think there's Colorado state law that's really rigorous about this. And I thought you've brought it up before, Attorney Dittman.
You're giving way too much credit to my memory.
Okay, sorry.
But I'll take a look while we're talking.
Mr. McMullen, how high are these porches?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was gonna answer that question. These are less than 6 inches to grade, so they're basically a poured slab.
Okay,
Yes, thank
great.
you.
Yep,
I think it's over 18 inches must meet setbacks, under doesn't.
okay, so we would still be okay with a 9-foot setback because these porches are not going to be tall enough. Is that correct?
I think that's right. I think maybe just make a note in the record that the intention is to allow the porch, right?
Okay. Okay. All right.
If that's the board's desire, of course.
Yep. Okay. Would anyone care to make an amendment about setbacks? I will propose an amendment. I move that the setbacks are allowed to be 9 feet to the north, 13 feet to the south, and 4 feet to the east, 4 feet to the west.
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, I will call for the vote on the amendment. All in favor?
And the motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Planner Kemet. Thanks, everyone, for working through that. Okay, and now, are there any additional amendments proposed? Okay, any additional discussion? Okay, so, Mr. Williams, it's not typical for the applicant to provide comments at this point. So I'll make a comment, that I'm gonna vote yes on this PUD, and I am incredibly grateful to Mr. Williams and his team for bringing this forward. I'm incredibly grateful to Planner Kemet for all of his diligent, hard work on this. This has been a huge lift for staff, and it's going to hopefully make a gigantic difference in people's lives. And I am just thrilled to take the first step to make this property gorgeous and safe and livable and affordable. Any other comments before we vote? All right, all in favor?
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have a PUD. Congratulations, Mr. Williams. Okay.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. All right, next up, we have the public hearing for the major development review for 317 Evans Street. Planner Kemet.
I thought I was done.
Nope.
Dang. Okay, thank you, Mayor Rogan. So now that 317 Evans has been designated with a PUDR overlay zoning district, we can move on to the development review for the major development review final PUD plan for 317 Evans as proposed by the applicant. Staff report this evening. I won't go through some of the things that have already been spoken about the history of the property. That's already part of the record for this evening, but a little bit about the applicants themselves and what the proposal offers the town, followed by things that need to be contemplated by the board tonight as a part of considering public comment and moving into the next public hearing, which will happen on January 9th. So the applicants, Lee Williams and Eve Nath of Lyons, both of them collectively have decades of experience in affordable housing and homelessness concerns. They decided as private citizens to potentially purchase 317 Evans from the current owners over the summer, just because they felt like it was something worthwhile, not so much in the financial sense, but just worthwhile as citizens and advocates for affordable housing. Mr. Williams is involved with Thistle, which is a Boulder County area of affordable housing creator. And he's not actually using his Thistle powers or his Thistle rule in this proposal. This is just Mr. Williams as a citizen of Lyons. But he has that experience and many years of it in understanding affordable and workforce housing needs. Before I get too far in, something that should be registered within the board's contemplation of tonight is affordable housing as proposed and workforce housing as proposed, as opposed to what is defined by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So this is a private citizen or private citizens, Lee Williams and Eve Nath, who are proposing something using their own monies. This is not publicly funded. They're not receiving grant monies to build this. This is their own financial investment potential in this property. Finances, time, consideration of neighbors, as Mr. Williams mentioned. They held coffees with neighbors on a voluntary basis. It wasn't something that was required of them, but they have definitely actively engaged neighbors, and that has been a part of their proposal approach. So the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development defines affordable housing as, or applicants who qualify for affordable housing as up to 60% of area median income. And area median income is something that's calculated across the country because, of course, every place in the country has different median income levels. Median is, a lot of people ask, what is median? Median means the middle income. If all the incomes of a given area were stacked up from top to bottom, the middle income would be the median. So the area median income for Boulder County is about $101,000 for a family unit, not individual. This is for a family unit. So at 60%, you would qualify as affordable housing. At 80% of area median income, it's workforce housing. You get into different levels of what's defined as either affordability or workforce. So this is what's proposed by the applicant is not necessarily HUD affordable, HUD workforce definitions of affordability and workforce housing, but is in that genre of affordability and workforce housing. we'll get more into that. The reason why this application is here before us tonight in a very short fashion is that the applicants had the good fortune to find a connection with a builder of modular housing. Modular housing has a host of benefits, one of which it's typically cheaper to build and install. It's also happens to be having a tighter environmental footprint, and works well for this particular case at 317 Evans. So Mr. Williams found a builder in Aurora, Nebraska, not Aurora, Colorado, but Aurora, Nebraska, called Chief Industries, and their subdivision Bonnevilla builds modular homes. However, they had a year-long wait list in order to obtain homes. So it seemed like that would be the process. The good fortune for Mr. Williams was he came across a builder of Bonnevilla homes. So that's essentially the construction company that puts these together. They're built modularly, so in this facility in Aurora, Nebraska, but they have to be put together. They're trucked in pieces and then put together kind of like Legos. So this builder is called Harrison Homes of Fort Morgan, Colorado. And Mr. Williams developed a relationship to the point that Harrison Homes offered Mr. Williams the ability to essentially cut in line with their placement with Bonnevilla Homes. That gave Mr. Williams the ability to obtain these modular units potentially much sooner, as in 2023, spring of 2023, so that they could be built and potentially occupied by summertime of this year, by summer of 2023. So by virtue of this, the application process has gone forward in a more expeditious format. The PCDC approved the major development review, both preliminary and final plan, in their December 12th public hearing. That was given resolution number 2022-13. So that is the emphasis or the impetus in the development process to get us to this point tonight. In their approval, they incorporated 6 conditions, and that's something that the board tonight should think about as well. What kind of conditions are there that you feel should be a part of this process? It could be all of the conditions that the PCDC said. It could be some of them. It could be none of them. It could be your own conditions added to it, or you have the power to edit conditions under the Lyons Municipal Code. You can edit the conditions that the PCDC had tied to their resolution recommending the approval. Back to the applicants. The applicants, again, are funding this themselves, and they're offering this affordable housing, affordable with a small a, or A, not a capital A, affordable housing in 2 different tiers. The first tier are the current residents who live at 317 Evans. So as we've talked about, there's six units occupied at 317 Evans, and those residents will be displaced during construction. They will be granted on their return some deeply affordable housing rates. So essentially their rental rate when they return would be at what they're paying right now, or possibly even below what they're paying right now. So the mid 22 rate structure that they're paying to the current property owner, that will be what they will be paying when they return for the rest of 2023. In subsequent years, should those current residents of 317 Evans desire to continue living there, their rate increases will be augmented only to recoup increased expenses. So essentially, inflationary costs. Future residents. So as we know, there's going to be there's 9 units proposed, which is 3 more than what exists officially today. Future residents will be offered rents that won't exceed 120% of the Boulder County AMI, the area mean income. So applicants could be of any future applicants that are not the current residents. They could be from 0% to 120% in essence of the Boulder County AMI. And again, the AMI, the area mean income for Boulder County, is $101,000 roughly for a family unit. The applicant is offering these stipulations on rent structure to be guaranteed for 10 years. So after 10 years, then that would be when either the applicant, or if the applicant no longer owns these units, that owner would also be obligated for 10 years or for the 10-year time period to offer this rental structure. Those things and many other things will be contained in a development agreement. And that's really where the rubber meets the road. Tonight, we are not hammering out the development agreement. There might be discussion of topics of the development agreement, but that is not transpiring tonight. The January 9th public hearing is where that's becomes tangible and potentially memorialized. So, I've reviewed the application materials. The substantive, there's actually a category of review that any planner in Lyons can ascribe to a given application, and the application is at the level of substantially complete. So the salient materials that are necessary for us to understand what this application entails have been handed in. There are some things that we don't have in hand yet, but those can be a part of the conditions that are built into tonight's potential approval of the major development review. We don't have things like the final survey or landscape plan or engineering plan. There's things that will be coming in because consultants are working on them right now. The applicant has hired consultants. It's not something that they're waiting on. The process is moving forward quickly for them as well, because they are going forward as if things will be approved, even though they may not be approved tonight. So it's a risk that the developer is undertaking, that the applicant has been undertaking. The things we need to, the board needs to ruminate on as you come up with either an approval with conditions, or a denial for this application, are what is it that about this application that, and this is just an overarching view, I should say, what are the things about this application that you feel are pertinent to the town being obligated to uphold, and things that the developer should be obligated to uphold? So as was mentioned in the last public hearing, the previous public hearing just a few minutes ago, a PUD gives that flexibility of things not just parking and setbacks, which were already established, but gives flexibility into things like public infrastructure improvements, sidewalks, paving alleys, undergrounding utility lines, water rates, or not water rates, sorry, water shares. How many water shares will be necessary, or not necessary? Water shares could be either Colorado Big Thompson shares or potentially the affordable housing approach that we are allowed to utilize with the city of Longmont, Lake McIntosh shares, water tap fees, sewer connection. The board has the ability to waive any of those things, water, sewer. There's even some flexibility on electric, some a little bit more than what we had thought, given that there's 2 electric taps on the site already, or electric service, electric meters on the site already. So those are things that need to be thought about in how you approach this eventual development agreement that will be potentially memorialized, coming into fruition and memorialized on January 9th. Tonight also affords the opportunity for the public to speak again, of course, on this application. I mentioned that it's critical that we have conditions pertinent to the application because
I'm
those
sorry,
things.
excuse me, Attorney Devon has his hand up.
Yeah, Planner Kim, I was going to suggest maybe it might be, I understanding that a lot of those issues you're talking about are going to be addressed during the development plan agreement process.
Yeah.
Maybe just we can walk through the development plan review criteria and how this application complies or doesn't comply, what need to be conditions of approval. Just kind of cut to the chase. I know we still got a lot of ways ahead of us on this one. So
True. Yeah, that's a great point. I thought I was actually going short on this, but I am going long. My apology there. I guess without further ado, let's take a look at the actual proposal, and I can share my screen again so that people can see what this looks like potentially. I think it's fair to take a look at this from kind of what's called a photorealistic set of renderings. So the developer has given to the town some images of what this proposal will look like. So this is one image. This is looking from 3rd toward the west. This would be one of the buildings, one of the 1-story buildings, the 4-unit ADA accessible building, looking from Evans through the property immediately on Evans. This is on Third Avenue. My apology on that. This is the view looking kind of to the southeast from Evans Street. Here's the 2-story duplexes that are proposed. This is the garage that's proposed. So it would be a 2-car garage, 1 car assigned to each for inside the garage, and potentially a car as part of the 10 parking spaces allowed in this area. Right now, they look like they're on this future sidewalk. Actually, that's not a sidewalk. I'm not certain what that line is. But just so everyone's aware, the space between the asphalt of Evans and the future sidewalk is roughly 30 feet. So the parking would be on this driveway area in the landscape median between the sidewalk and the asphalt. These would be assigned to the duplexes. So a total of 4 parking spaces, 2 each for the duplexes. This is the view in the alley, looking to the north roughly. This is the van accessible spot and the necessary area for van accessibility for a wheelchair ramp. And you can see the 3-unit building here, a portion of the duplex, and then the 4-unit. And these are the parking spaces on the alley. This westerlymost one is a compact space. This would be a view from the interior courtyard. And this is kind of an overview. So you can see you're looking to the northeast, 3-plex, 4-plex, the 2 duplexes, 2-car garage, and then these white buildings are not a part of the project. These are existing structures on parcels adjacent. This is another view kind of from the neighbor's fence line looking easterly. And that would be it with that. I'd also like to share with everyone what the current lay of the land is, again, just so that everyone can see and kind of compare contrast in your heads what exists now. This is looking to the west on the current property. This is looking to the south. So this is Evans Street. Looking to the east. And again, this is looking to the north. And then the last thing I'd like to share is some information that might help you understand a little bit more about the floodplain, because that has come into question. So let's zoom out here. Okay, so that's the site development plan that we've seen. Sorry. Ooh, big fat X. All right. Hold on one second. That's not working. All right, I'll stop sharing for right now. I'll find that document and bring it up. What I'm trying to show is the base flood elevation in relation to the property.
David, I have one
Yeah.
if the mayor wants me to share the floodplain.
Yeah, please.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so the property in question, it is this double lot right here. As you can see, David had indicated previously that the current building is well over the property line. The pink section here is the floodway. And so as you can see, currently there's a building in the floodway that will no longer be there. That's where the parking is proposed. The blue is the 1% chance of a flood in any given year. That has a requirement that the buildings be elevated 2 feet above base flood elevation. And the gold is the 0.2% flood zone, or 500 years it used to be known. There are no restrictions there or in the white. So there is this area of blue that will have some restrictions, but it is not, it's a construction factor to elevate above the floodplain. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you very much.
I will stop sharing.
Okay, Planner Kimmett, did you have more?
Yeah, let's see. I'm sorry, am I on mute?
Nope.
Oh, I'm not. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't have anything additional to provide as far as staff report, the direct staff report goes. Like last time, Mayor Rogan, I went over the review criteria, and when you're ready for that, I can certainly go over that.
Okay, let's move on to questions for now.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about the review criteria. So, who has questions for staff? Trustee Edding.
Yes, so I'm curious. We just talked about the guaranteed affordability that in the design review, or it's not the design review, in the development review, there's a document that is stating there will be 10 years of affordability at both affordable housing and workplace housing. But the last meeting, Attorney Dittman, you were saying that would probably be better handled in a covenant.
So,
What's the best way to do this?
so that's going to be a part of the development plan agreement, which you will require as part of this approval. And so during this approval, one of the conditions is mandated by our code is that the applicant and the town agree on the development plan agreement. And usually for affordable housing projects like this one, that document acts as the covenant, the contractual obligation to keep these units affordable. If they're in other instances, like you may be familiar from the Summit Housing situation, they receive financing, which required, in addition to the development agreement, a covenant, placed on the land itself. And the land couldn't be used for anything but affordable housing for a period of years. In this case, because this is not funded through one of those programs, the town would have a contractual obligation or the developer to offer these affordable units for a period of years, and that will be considered during the development plan agreement process, which is the next step. And what I fully understand is a long, complicated series of steps we're doing quite quickly. But as part of this process, I think it's only kind of background information that we're going to be asking for that and expecting that the developers agreed to that as part of the development plan agreement, which will be a requirement of the development plan. Two separate things.
Okay,
I'm sure.
So that clears it up. So basically, in the development plan, we ask for that agreement, but the development plan isn't necessarily that agreement.
Correct. And you probably remember this from your time on PCDC. It's to some extent on Summit.
Okay. And then the one other question about that is, in my mind, it's not really affordable housing until the applicant to the people living there have to income qualify. Is there additional language we can put in there about the fact that they have to income qualify and who the authority is that determines that? Or should I just leave that until later?
It may be worth asking the applicant how they plan to ensure the affordability, but I think probably the detailed discussion on that will be as part of the development plan agreement process.
Okay. I'll just leave it at that, but that's something that I would like to come back to when we get to that side, is to really ensure that the people living there do income qualify. I'll drop my questions there and let somebody else go.
Thank you. Great questions. Who else has questions? Trustee Dati.
I have a few questions here. Thank you, Trustee Edding, for bringing up the admissibility for affordable housing. And I just want to clarify too that under the definition of workforce housing in the comp plan, it's less than 80%. It doesn't go anywhere near 120%. So I'd love to revisit that as well. I have a few questions. A couple of them are around the water taps. So I'm just wondering how many water taps already exist, and are any water shares required?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Trustee Daddy. So right now there is one water service for the property, 1 3/4 inch line. So that counts for it essentially one CBT share. Potentially, there's many different scenarios that would capture the water needs for this. The one that staff seems to be most comfortable with would be one per building unit, essentially. So one for the duplexes, one for the triplex, and one for the quadplex. Now, how those water shares would be obtained, would those be Colorado Big Thompson shares, which are roughly $70,000 a share, or would they be Lake McIntosh shares, which are like 12.5 a shares or so? You do have Lake McIntosh shares require 1.4 shares per development unit, but we also use an affordability factor into that. So a 7/10 of a share equals one for affordable housing only in our agreement with the city of Longmont. So
I think
there's taps. Oh, sorry.
I think Director Kaplan has something to add here.
Okay.
I wanted to be careful in that we've talked about it, Planner Kim and myself, and put some things together. And I don't know if there's been some other discussion on that, but we really needed to first see what the plan was for the connection. I think it was important to mention this is 3 buildings. So would each building have its own water and sewer line? If so, there are actually regulations in the code that dictate what is required for that. Multifamily units, as Planner Kimmett was mentioning, it's not the affordable housing, but multifamily unit, multi-dwelling units actually can count. You get 1 full share being required and then 7/10 for each additional. So on the Summit quadplexes, they were required to produce 1 share and then 7/10 for the additional 3, making it 3.1 in total. We talk about share, but that was because in the past it was always CBT. You could really look at it as water rights requirements. You're required for the standard 3.1 for a 4-plex. With the Lake McIntosh shares, each one is equivalent to 1.4. So you would multiply that by 1.4, 3.1 times 1.4. So we can work out all the math. It's something that still needs to be worked out. I was trying to understand before we did that, what the actual connections would be, what the plan was for that.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Dittman?
So, Director Kaplan can correct me if I'm wrong, or Planner Kim, but I think for tonight's discussion, the important part is that, that's going to require additional dedications. We're pretty certain. We don't know the exact number yet, but as a condition, we're going to require to comply with the code. And then the exact way on how they get there is really part of the development plan agreement when we determine how the public improvements necessary for the project to proceed are secured. And so I think that's kind of probably the way to look at this for this project, is that we know there's going to be multiples and we're going to require them to comply with the code. And how they actually do that is really part for the development plan agreement. And I apologize, I should have done this when we first started probably, but the way to think about these 3 different, pieces of this process is the PUD or underlying zoning, but in this case, the PUD is the kind of the rules for the land use, right? It's how this property needs to be designed. This process development plan is the actual design. We're evaluating the design of the property and making sure it complies with the code. And the development review, the development plan agreement, and it's so confusing they name those so close together, is the contractual agreement between the developer and the town about how they'll meet all the public improvement obligations for the property. And in exchange, we get things like affordable housing, guarantees and other types of kind of concessions on behalf of the town in exchange for, them, getting their, sign off on the public improvements into the vested rights to actually develop the property. And so those are kind of the 3 different stages of this. And so we're in that middle part. What is the design going to look like? And does that design comply with the code? And so I think for our purposes, when it comes to water, the important part is it's going to need more. We know that. And that's got to comply with the code. We're not really changing anything there.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Trustee Dati?
Yeah, so just to clarify what you just said, so now isn't the time then to decide on whether Macintosh shares could be used or not?
No, we can't. That's a whole different,
Okay.
it's a different process again.
Okay.
What'll probably happen, if I can gaze in my future ball, is that the development plan agreement will say, the parties agree it need these many shares and that it's eligible for Macintosh, but the board will have to come back around and actually make the final approval and saying, yes, we grant you permission to dedicate Macintosh shares pursuant to our Lake Macintosh share dedication policy.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think I do have a design question.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
go ahead.
in regards to increasing density, to meet our comp plan goals. And so I'm just wondering if anybody ever considered or discussed adding a unit above the garage.
That might be a question for the applicant after they make their presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? But hold that question because it's a good one. Any other questions for staff? Trustee Elson.
Sorry, I have one. It just popped in my head because we're talking about the PUD. So should we have made a motion in the PUD to say it's 9 units? It didn't say that anywhere. All it stated was 6.
So I did put that on the record intentionally. That would be 9 units because of the bonus density, and it's included within the document. So I felt comfortable that it didn't, and it's not a waiver of the code anyway. And so I thought it was sufficiently done. But I did very intentionally, you may have heard me say, for the purposes of the record, I just want to make it clear this is for 9 units because of the bonus density as outlined in the code. So
okay, thanks.
I was looking out for that.
It just popped in my head and I thought we missed it. Okay, thank you.
Good one. Yeah.
Great point, Trustee Elson. Thank you. Can't be too careful. Any other questions before I ask mine? Okay. So 3 questions. I'm curious about the staff opinion on asking for a guarantee in the form of a letter of credit.
A guarantee of what, I guess, would be the question, because the public improvements will be required to be guaranteed by a letter of credit pursuant to the code.
They will. Okay. I didn't realize that. Okay, great. Never mind then. And then what about undergrounding electric? Would that be a part of this part of the process or the development plan agreement? Talk about that.
Aaron, do you want to tackle that one?
Only it would, where it falls, I guess it would probably be the development agreement. I would just point out, if we're talking about the service lines, that would be something that based on the code we have, they would be undergrounded, the service to the actual building. If we are talking about the distribution lines that run through that alley, I think that's a much bigger project because though it's only one line actually, but it crosses the creek right there. Goes west through the alley and across the creek. So trying to underground that under the creek would probably be a major undertaking.
Okay. Okay. And then when it comes to absorbing some costs for this, for the town absorbing costs, is there a staff recommendation about what sort of fees we might consider waiving in exchange for density and affordability?
So again, we would make those, we can certainly talk about what we think is a good idea, but really where the rubber meets the road with those is in the development plan agreement. That is a contractual obligation between the town and the developer.
Okie dokie. All right.
But if there's thoughts on what we should be, so that's the next step, right? We're drafting that right now. If there's thoughts on what the board would like to see, please let us know.
Okay. Planner Kimmett?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rogan. And Attorney Dittman's correct. Those thoughts, I think, should be shared. It's not going to happen tonight. That will be something for January 9th, but that will come quickly, obviously, because it's January 3rd. So the topics of things that the board should consider for the development agreement, certainly I think should be mentioned tonight. And those things could be water, they could be sanitation, sanitary sewer, they could be alley paving, they could be sidewalks, they could be undergrounding utilities, they could be the costs for relocating residents during the construction displacement. There's a host of those different negotiations that will be placed permanently into the development agreement, which, just so everyone understands, there are two different things going on. There's the major development review, which is essentially right now, and then the eventual outcome that makes things legally binding, the development agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Edding.
Yeah, so I'm not, I think we're all guessing what's happening during the design review as opposed to the development agreement. But this might be the design review, I'm not sure. The fire department did state that they wanted to test the hydrant and they wanted to test it at 1,500. It must be gallons per minute, I assume, is the unit, right? If the hydrant doesn't have that capacity, do we have to consider going down from 9 units to 6 units? And do we think the hydrant will or will not have it, and whose responsibility is it if it doesn't have that capacity?
It does have it. We tested it today.
All right.
Out there, we were able to do that, so we meet their requirement. Fires code for them to allow any multi-unit dwelling is 1,500 or commercial, just in case that helps going forward. For residential, they are looking for 1,000 gallons per minute at 20 pounds of pressure per square inch, to get truly technical. If it doesn't meet it, they can be stalled. I don't know if you had heard or were aware a year ago, 2 years ago now, the last home up at the end of First Avenue was stalled for building for over a year while I worked out how to get the pressure over to that hydrant, which we did accomplish, and they were able to move forward.
Okay, but we're good. This is a non-issue at this point. Perfect.
Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, if I may suggest, is kind of given the nature of the questions, maybe it may be helpful for the board just to walk through those approval criteria so the board can see what
Great.
they're evaluating here versus those other items.
Yep. Thank you. Planner Kimmett. Review.
Yeah,
criteria.
sure. Thank you, Attorney Dittman and Mayor Rogan. I'll share my screen so we can walk through those. Okay. So the criteria, there's a couple of different
Planner Kim, that's for the PUD it's showing right now. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. So the development review criteria of approval, section 16, 17, 30 of the Lions Municipal Code. The submitted development plan must meet the following criteria of approval as applicable. 1, all the information required on the plan set is shown. 2, the lot size and lot dimensions are consistent with what is shown on the approved final plat. 3, no buildings or structures infringe on any required setbacks, easements, or rights of way unless approved in writing by the easement holder or owner of the right of way. 4, the proposed site grading is consistent with the requirements of the town's adopted storm drainage criteria or master drainage plan, and grading disturbance of significant existing natural vegetation and natural landforms has been minimized to the maximum extent feasible. 5, the density and dimensions shown conform with this chapter or the approved PUD requirements, which those were addressed in the PUD R designation. 6, the application regulations and design guidelines have been adequately addressed and the proposed improvements conform with this code, including but not limited to the following standards as applicable. So I'm not going to read through the details of this, but there's a lighting component, an outdoor storage component, uses that create intense glare or heat, taking advantage of outdoor pedestrian spaces, and new employment or industrial uses abutting existing residential neighborhoods. So as you can see, some of these are not relevant to this application. So here's one: new employment or industrial uses abutting an existing residential neighborhood. These criteria are very generic for all types of PUDs. So some of these do pertain and some don't. 7, the site can be adequately served with public utilities, services, and facilities, such as water, sewer, electric, schools, street system, fire protection, etc. 8, the site will provide efficient on-site and off-site traffic circulation. which will not have a significant adverse impact on adjacent uses or result in hazardous conditions for pedestrians, cyclists, or vehicles in or adjacent to the site. That's generally something more typical for a large type subdivision. The site design minimizes environmental impacts, mitigates impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat, and uses best management practices to conserve natural resources. The site is an approved trash disposal plan. Proposed land uses and activities shall be conducted so that any noise generated on the property will not violate the town's noise regulations. And the proposed development shall conform with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations. So these are the general criteria for the development review process. And general meaning they're applied to all development review. And so again, some of these are not actually directly in line with tonight's application.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I got an email this evening around 8 o'clock from Greg Lowell at the EAB saying that they didn't have enough time to consider input on the referral from EAB. And I was wondering if that's a requirement for this particular project.
Is that a question for me, Mayor Pro Tem? Sorry.
I was actually wondering if it's more of a legal question.
If you know the answer, Planner Kim, go ahead, and I don't know what I wasn't involved in the referral process, so I can't tell you what. But I'll look up their code requirements.
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Administrator Simpson and Mayor Pro Tem Farrell. So the standard for referrals is 25 business days for referrals to referral agencies or boards and commissions, such as the EAB. 25 business days it hasn't transpired since the PCDC approved this. The PCDC, or I should say, recommended the approval of this proposal. It's been 12 business days since that time until tonight. And so there are, in my reading of the LMC, there are remedies to overcoming that 25-day stipulation. But yeah, and it looks like Attorney Dittman has his hand up.
Yeah, it's 25 days from the receipt of a completed application. It's not 25 days from the PCDC. So how long has it been since the application has been determined complete?
Determined complete has been, I would have to count. I can't give you that number right off the top of my head. I can get back to you with that in just a couple minutes. I just have to go back and do a count.
Mayor?
Administrator Simonson, yes.
It was my understanding that's why we are not taking action on this tonight. It's not presented to you as a resolution. We were having the public hearing and then we will, it was proposed that we have a meeting on January 9th to consider action to allow more time for boards and commissions and the public to give input. We knew this was time sensitive. We brought it to the board that the applicant, had this interest, and it was going to potentially save 9 units of affordable housing. And I think we're doing our best to extend it as long as we can up to the closing. We set that own rule about the 25 days. And if I recall, we didn't used to even send it to all boards and commissions. That just started in the last year.
I guess my question and my follow-up is, Trustee Delman, you had mentioned in the last what the concerns were. Is that based on the input that you've gotten from their meetings? And can we take that into consideration this evening versus needing to hold up our process and making the decision so we can honor the timeline? Or Attorney Dittman, maybe you have to answer that.
Well, it's certainly up to the board, but I think the staff recommendation was going to be after we had the public hearing was to recommend that this be continued until the 9th, and that would ensure both that time frame is met. It may already be met based on the fact that it's whenever completed application is received, not when the PCDC hears it. One, but two, just be crystal clear that was met, and then get additional public input. But given the complexity of this, as you've seen, we kind of want to get into it tonight and then continue with it on the 9th.
Right. I don't want to throw a monkey wrench into this process by any means, but I feel like to do due diligence, because the comment and feedback I'm seeing in the email is they were not given enough time and don't feel that they can get in the next 2 days their quorum together to make a recommendation. So I just want to make sure that we're covering our bases and feel comfortable moving forward, which I am, but I think it's worth mentioning.
Well, I think the good news for former trustee Lowell is that if the board of trustees adopts staff's recommendation, he'll have an additional 6 days to get that quorum. So and then it'll be past the 25-day time frame. So all we can do is offer the time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustee Edding.
Yeah, real quick, Planner Kimmett, the list that you gave us about what we should be evaluating at this time was really good. And that's exactly what the PCDC should have done in detail, because it's really the main objective of their commission. Can you just very quickly give us a synopsis of the PCDC's evaluation of this and what they reasoned their 6, you mentioned they had 6 amendments. Can you just quickly go through what their assessment is? Because I really respect the PCDC's opinion and would love to get a little bit more insight into how they process this.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question, Trustee Edding. So the conditions that were imposed by the PCDC on December 12th, they're a part of Resolution 2022-13. And I was incorrect in saying 6, there's 5. So to give you a quick synopsis, the approval or the recommendation to approve this by the PCDC was unanimous. So all members of the PCDC did vote yes. And those conditions are that the remaining required information, such as engineering consultant studies and floodplain application, be submitted and accepted by staff as complete, that the setbacks requested by the applicant be accepted, that parking accommodations meet the criteria for major development review, that the provisions for affordability described by the application be fully incorporated in the development agreement, and continue to seek long-term solutions for long-term affordability with staff. And then last, number 5, these conditions can be edited for compliance with all federal, state, county, fire district, and municipal laws and regulations, and for clarity.
Okay, thank you. Did they have any other relevant discussions that you could share with us?
Yeah, that come to mind. There was certainly a concern about the AMI threshold.
Okay.
I think that's one that is most salient and stands out pretty high in my mind, is what threshold of AMI should be allowed. So up as the applicant is asking up to 120% for future residents. The 2 separations or the 2 gradations. Current residents have one standard, future residents have a different standard. And then the other hold on, it's escaping me. The length of time for the development agreement to be valid. So the 10-year period that affordability will be in place. That was another concern of the PCDC. That was discussed at length.
Did they discuss wanting that to be extended to some degree?
Potentially. In the end, they didn't require it. It wasn't a condition, nor was the AMI standard. That was also not a condition. But there was debate on both.
Okay. I wouldn't mind having that debate at some point in the future about extending that, especially if we give more and more concessions as far as water taps, et cetera, that 10 years should maybe be expanded to 20 based on what concessions we give, but we'll leave that for later.
Great, thank you. Okay. Any other questions before we ask the applicant to give their presentation? Nope. Okay, terrific. Mr. Williams, you're up again.
Thank you. Last time I opened by thanking Planner Kimmett for setting a nice predicate. I think we're far enough along now that essentially everyone on the trustees, on the board of trustees, and everyone on the call has laid the predicate for just a few things that I might add. When we started this project, we had the objectives, the motivation that I described earlier this evening, but we also could think of how we went about this as having some asks to the town and to the various participants, and then making some offers in exchange. And I don't really think of this in quite that sense. It's not a concession that we're asking for. It's not a quid pro quo, but we are in this position of very soon codifying this in a development agreement. So it might still be useful to just reel down the lists of things that are gets and gives through some of this. There were really three asks early on. One was that we asked the town to look at this work that we wanted to undertake as quickly as possible, to manage whatever approvals or, if necessary, rejections as quickly as anyone could muster and still be prudent and satisfy their obligation to do this in an orderly way. And I just want to take a second to thank everyone, including Planner Kimmett and Administrator Simonson, Mayor Rogan, lots of people who have put a lot of effort into making this happen absolutely as quickly as possible, almost more quickly than humanly possible. And I would also ask that we complete that process. We're here at the third. We're talking about negotiating all of these details over the next 5 days so that the trustees can look at them again on the 6th. And I know that's a very difficult process. We, the applicants, are happy to participate in it at whatever pace, in whatever order, in whatever approach makes the most sense. But I recognize that that's going to be a heroic task to get from this kind of amorphous list of things that we might be able to put in a development agreement, not only to nail down that list, but to work out an agreement on each one of those issues. And we're happy to do it, but thanks for getting us to this point, and please bear with us as we sprint toward what I hope will be a finish line on the 9th. Our second ask was that we consider whatever regulatory relief might be necessary to make all of this happen, and particularly those things that really just memorialize the reality of what the property has already constituted over the last 40 years or so. And my sense is that most of that happened in the first half of this meeting. I appreciate for parking, for setbacks, for density, that those kinds of relief already now are essentially behind us this evening. So now the real task is the third set of asks, which honestly, out of all the things that had to happen in order to make this a success, is third for a reason. It is the most detailed and sometimes the most thorny, but also not the most important. And that is doing everything that we can to collaborate to minimize the costs of accomplishing all of this. So if there are things like at some point declaring its eligibility for Macintosh shares, that will make a tremendous difference in the financial success of the project. And any opportunity that we have as partners in this, the town, the developer, and others who ultimately are involved in it to make it happen, some of that will come down to making these declarations of, say, affordability, small a, capital A, however it might be, and then working out a reasonable sharing of who picks up some infrastructure expenses and who picks up what are, I think, most properly project expenses. So those are the kinds of things that are on my mind as having been asked of the town, and to this date, absolutely satisfied by the town's heroic efforts to make it all happen. What are we giving back? Not necessarily in exchange for all of this, but what is the town? What is the community? What are all of us getting in exchange for those kinds of relief? I think they fall into sort of two categories. One is the physical contours of what will happen on that property, how it will be improved from its current deteriorated state to something that any of us would be proud to live alongside, to live in, or to own. And then the financial and management contours of how we handle affordability and other questions over, I'll just say, the next 10 years, but that's something obviously open to discussion. On the physical side, let me just address a couple of questions that have been posed this evening. One is whether we had considered putting a larger number of units in, adding a unit over the garage. One other town official or appointee had asked if we might just substitute in another duplex for that garage entirely. There were questions about whether instead of a threeplex and a fourplex in back, we should have two fourplexes. There were questions about whether we should go to 2 stories in the back. What we tried to do, and it feels about right to me, though I am open to opinion and even instruction on this, it feels right to me to balance the character of the neighborhood with putting as many units on it as we reasonably could. We tried to get to 9 units, believing that that was the largest number that we could credibly and genuinely argue had been on the property in the past, and to do it in such a way that the face to Evans would look and feel as much as it possibly could like the other single family homes on Evans. So if we had a full facade setback, east to west, setback to setback on the front, and it looked fundamentally different from the houses to the left and right, east and west of it, that wouldn't feel right, honestly, to me. So what we tried to do instead was to build a duplex in the front that looked at least a little bit like the 2 homes that had been there historically, like the 2 homes that sit on either side of it, with a 2-car garage that has this resonance with the neighborhood that we tried to achieve. Now, we could make that garage taller, but it's more facade, bigger face to the neighborhood. We could put another unit there entirely, starts to feel more institutional. Same argument that I made an hour or so ago about putting more driveways, more parking in the front. Just starts to feel less like a home and more like a development. I don't know that we got that balance right, but that's a little bit of an explanation for how we did, Trustee Daddy, consider putting more on it and settled at not 8 as we thought for a second, not 10 as we thought for a second, but the 9 that you have in the proposal that's in front of you. One other comment about the physical contours. We had these photorealistic shots as best we could generate them. Some of them look a little sterile. The view, especially from 3rd, where you saw the green fourplex on its most stark side, showed no landscaping. Our plan, having hired a civil engineer to look at flood and look at other things, a landscape architect, to fill that side with some very natural and green screening so that it doesn't look as stark as that. And an electrician to look at a lighting plan is to deliver that last bit of information to staff. And in doing that, I think soften some of the images that in their sort of animated state, in my mind, look just a little bit stark. I think we did a reasonable job in the images of the courtyard in showing you how we were trying to make that a prime livable space where all of the interior units would face into that courtyard and would enjoy either a long porch or individual porches and some patios and some landscaping. I'm not sure we were able to represent that quite as well in some of the other images. So please keep in mind that that's our plan and that that will be part of that ultimate delivery of the last batch or two of information. Then maybe on to the financial contours. And I know that's important to all of you as it's important to us. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't care about affordable. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't think that we could somehow reconcile numbers that allow us to do this without it costing our skin, but also preserve the fundamental affordability, both for the people who are there today, for whom we're trying to preserve these units, and the people who will live there after them or alongside them in the other 3 units. Now, there are a lot of ways to think about what constitutes affordable. And this small a, big A is one way to think about it. We do very casually throw the word affordable around, but there are also lots of very technical definitions. So somewhere between those colloquial uses of the word and the ones that are memorialized in federal and state documents, I'll offer you the way that I sometimes think about it, and I'll give you an example of each. So one, for example, is what we've done at Habitat. So Habitat is not a for rent project, it's a for sale project fundamentally, and they use deed restrictions to ultimately enforce that affordability. So it's enforced with some means testing and with deed restrictions, with covenants that travel not with the people or the owners, but with the land. It's a little less appropriate in this case because we're not talking about for sale, but for rent. The other for rent property that's been mentioned tonight is Summit. So yes, Summit had $4 million in grants and lots of low interest loans. And yes, they do means testing. They fundamentally are locked into a very elaborate regime of doing annual verification of everyone on the property for size of household, dollar income, wealth, and that process is actually pretty invasive for residents and pretty expensive. It's something that in my other pursuits, I struggle with and I enforce and I manage and I understand its importance, but it tends to be most appropriate when there are 40 unit developments like Summit, or when there are 200 unit developments like the ones that my partner works on in Denver. It is less appropriate, I think, to set up that kind of a verification structure that has to ping every resident, hire independent consultants to verify every year or every time a lease turns over. So I'm not a fan in a small development like the one we're talking about, where 6 people aren't even being vetted because they already live there, to set up a system for the next 3 and to pay some independent verification companies to take 60 to 90 days to check income, wealth, size of household. So what would we do instead? And Trustee Oetting, absolutely fair question. What is it that we would propose in order to substantiate these promises that we're making about these properties or these units being affordable? Rather than means testing and having the burden be on the resident to qualify to live in this place, instead, we'd suggest that we take that burden on the applicant, on the developer, and that we instead prove that we are offering these units at rents that are affordable. So it's kind of turning AMI on its head, and it's not a particularly creative approach. People do this all the time, but one way to think about area median income is that no one who makes more than X is allowed to live on the property. Another way, which I'm suggesting is more appropriate for this project, is to say we will not charge rents that would be unaffordable to someone making less than a certain fraction of area median income. Now, that calculation gets a little complicated. We sent 3 pages of these calculations to staff. They've checked them, they've dug around in them. I'm not saying that they've vetted them or that they should be signing them, but it's not something that we've done in the dark or that we've taken lightly. We're happy to share these with anyone. There are a couple of highlights that I'd offer out of them. So the first question is, how do these calculations apply to the people who live there today and whom we would welcome back at the very same prices when they come back? Couple of highlights. Today, the 6 families or couples or individuals who are taking the units today are paying an average rent of $1,067 a month. That same $1,067 would apply for all of 2022, all of 2023, and then, as Planner Kimmett noted, beginning in 2024, we wouldn't be trying to recoup all of these construction costs on those people's shoulders. Instead, what we would be doing is only moving with the changes in our ongoing expenses. So at 1067, one way to think about that is at 1067 of rent plus $100 a month in utilities. If you think that that should only take up 30% of your budget, which is a pretty standard guideline, then those people would be expected to make, if you do that math, $47,000 a year in order to reasonably afford that 1067 in rent. $47,000 a year is 46% of the $101,000 area median income that Planner Kimmett mentioned. So sometimes we throw around 80% or 60%. Those 6 units, the majority of the property, 2/3 of the property, would come in deeply affordable at 46%. And it wouldn't be because if somebody made too much, we'd throw them out. It would be because we had promised not to charge them rents that they couldn't afford if that's what they were making. One other way to think about whether those rents are affordable or not is to compare them to market, which is a little thorny sometimes, but we'll give it just a little bit of a shot. We had our appraisal done, which we had to do for the lender. Appraiser came back, said, your 3 bedrooms should go for $3,000. Your 1 bedroom should go for $1,500. Your mix should go for the 6 at $2,000. So think a little bit about what that discount to market would be. If an appraiser is saying we should be charging $2,000 a month, and we're actually charging $1,067. It's a $933 or almost 50% discount for these 6 residents that we're trying to take care of. Pretty good, decent discount. And I don't mean to make it sound like it's some great sacrifice that we're making, but it does cost some money to make all of that happen. Some of that we hope to make up on the other 3 units. Some of it we've made by using modular design and being smart about all this. Some of it we've made by recognizing that we're not going to make money on this, hopefully not lose money, but come close to breaking even. If we put that whole mix in together, we think that we can make it work. But it is at a cost of almost $1,000 every month for every resident for 12 months of the year for 10 years, which if you just do that math now, we're at $600,000 or $700,000 that we've discounted rent for those 6 current residents. Not something that we feel badly about, we feel great about it, but it is something that we have to find ways to make up in other places like being really smart about how we do the construction. And we're doing the best that we can there. So that's the way we think about the current side. The new side, the other probably 3 units, presuming that all 6 will allow us to relocate them temporarily and put them back in their homes, in the new homes at the end of all of this. The other 3 come in at about 67% of AMI. So we're guessing that because those are pretty modest apartments at 1 bedroom each, that they'll come pretty close to a pretty reasonable hit of the market, but that because they're modest, they will not be up in the luxury range. They will not be something that can only be afforded by somebody making 120% or 150% of area median income. And we really think when we do the math, we're likely to offer them. It's a little hard to promise this, but our projections, if you just take that appraiser's value of $1,500 for a 1-bedroom apartment, that comes out to 67% of area median income. So if the current residents are paying rents that would be affordable to someone making $47,000 or 46% of AMI, and the new residents, whoever they turn out to be, are paying rates that would be affordable to somebody making 67% of the area median income, the mix of those 2 things, a little bit complicated because you have to change the number of households, the number of people per household. You have to assume that it really is 6 and 3. But if you make some of those assumptions, the property will be operating at 53% AMI. The blended mix of rents that we're offering to current and new residents come in at 53%, which is actually under that 60% mark. So whether you're using a small a affordable, capital A affordable, if you wanted to pick 80% or 120% or 60%, we actually, in the math that we've got, have all of this coming in under 60% and being legitimately affordable virtually by any standard that you might want to use, albeit without means testing, but offering rents that would be affordable for those people. One other comment about financial contours. Out of the PCDC, there was this discussion of whether maybe we should go longer than 10 years, or maybe we should go at a lower AMI, or maybe we should do means testing, or maybe we should do something else. Planner Kemet or anyone who participated in that conversation should correct me if I mischaracterized this, but my recollection of it was that people were talking about pulling and pushing levers, so that if we, for example, decided that we wanted to make the 3 extra units market rate, well, maybe we could do it for longer. Or if we gave up something, maybe we could take something back. We pulled and pushed as many levers as we could between that meeting on December the 12th and today, and we couldn't find anything that improved the numbers without putting some of these people at risk. We came into this to take care of those 6 people, and we wanted to make sure those 13 people in 6 households, we couldn't find a lever that we could push that would allow us to stretch this out beyond 10 years or change the AMI without either pricing people out of the 3 or risking pricing people out of the 6. So we took that charter seriously, but it wasn't just let's make it better for everybody. It was, well, couldn't you make it better for some people by making it maybe not quite as sweet for someone else? We didn't find something that felt right, that felt fair to us. So we're open to what people have to suggest, and we'll go into a good faith discussion with anyone and everyone over the development agreement. But honestly, we came to this putting what we thought we could do on the table, knowing that we didn't have time to go back and forth and negotiate with one another the way that people sometimes play games. Instead, we showed you our cards and said, we think we can pull this off if you can work with us. And I'm hoping that's where we end up. The only other piece on the financial contours, there's been this discussion of from time to time whether this development agreement would be binding on us, of course, but also on our successors. And the answer to that is of course. So I don't know whether the best way is to think of that as a covenant or think of it in the development agreement or think of those as two separate agreements, one of which specifies the other. But we are absolutely committed to being bound by the promises that we're making and binding our successors to the very same promise. I don't have any intention of selling this property, but if something happened and it had to be sold because I didn't exist anymore or because for whatever reason it had to move into someone else's hands, I fully believe that those promises should travel with the property. And we'll work with Attorney Dittman or whomever to make sure that that's memorialized. So those are some perspectives on a couple of the questions that came up. Looking at the list, I think I hit all of the questions that I jotted down. If I missed any that any of you as trustees or others raised, I'll apologize, and I'm happy to revisit those questions or take any others.
Thank you so much. This is a marathon, and appreciate everybody sticking it out here and that fulsome explanation. So any questions for the applicant at this time? Trustee Williams, please.
I just want to thank you for a very clear and cogent presentation. That really is helpful and answered a lot of my questions. I wrote 7 things down that just came out in that just now. So thank you so much.
Anyone else at this time? Okay, so I am about to open the public hearing. And I will make a motion to continue to a date certain after the public hearing is open, just so everybody is aware. So with that, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak to this issue? Yes, Dave. Your name and address for the record, please.
Great, thank you. Dave Hutchmoji, 200 Welch Court. I just want to start off by thanking and applauding the BOT for the zoning change that will allow for this PUC development. In the future, should there be an opportunity, I'd conceptually also support, using whether it is zoning or other regulatory mechanisms to bring a more diversity in housing types to other R1 neighborhoods within the town alliance. I do support the applicant's proposal or project and the use of modular construction. I'm assuming that these homes will be built to the recently adopted 2018 International Energy Conservation Code. I would ask both the developer as well as the town to consider perhaps striving for the 2021 IECC. I think that would go far in terms of setting the bar for future developments in other locations. Let me look at my notes here. I do wonder, it warrants my heart that the project is going to go all electric and there will not be gas service to it. Looking at a lot of the documents, I'm uncertain whether all electric means the use of electric resistant space and water heating, or whether the project will incorporate heat pump technologies for both water and space heating. There is, the Inflation Reduction Act that is going to provide substantial tax credits in the neighborhood of 30% for the adoption of heat pump technologies. I think for the residents that will be reflected in lower utility bills than electric resistance, which is, as we all are aware, can very quickly drive up the costs for an occupant on cold days. I thank Mr. Williams for his explanation of how, he arrived at these AMI thresholds and how this blended mix is going to be set at is right now projected to be around 53%. That said, I do still question, and following Trustee Daddy's earlier comments, whether or not, why we're still using the opportunity to set rents at 120% AMI, which, when I look at Chaffa's documents, that's roughly $105,000 per year for a one person home, which then translates at 30% to about $33,876 a year. I think that, why not just set AMI max at, say, 70 or 80% rather than using that higher 120? And with that, I want to thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hachimoji. Anyone else care to comment tonight?
Yes, Daniel for Barbara Marcus McKenna and Daniel McKenna.
Great, your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're at 235 Evans Street, 1 block east of the proposed. I do like Mr. Lee Williams' approach to all this. We do need affordable housing in town, and I like what Lee's doing. I like his presentation, very well done. Mr. Kimmett, very well done. And thank you, town, for allowing us to speak, and for Lee to allowing us to put our opinions out there. He took notes on both of those coffee meetings that he had. I hope that he gave them to the town, the BOT. One last pitch for leaving the natural area, Dr. Bop, as he calls it, pretty much the way it is, because locals already use it. We understand what's there. We don't need a manicured park over there. I wanted to say that we already have parks for that. And thanks for your presentation. Very well done. And thank you so much for listening and allowing community involvement. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for showing up, talking, and staying up so late with us. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, with that, I am going to make a motion that we continue this matter to a date certain, January 9th, before we close the public hearing. Is there a second? Trustee Williams, I saw Trustee Williams' hand first. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem? You're muted.
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate that we're going to move this to a date certain, and you said was the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. But do you think that it would be now appropriate, though, for just giving general input to staff, saying, maybe some of the things that we would like to see in that development agreement?
Well, the public hearing is now open, so to do that, we would have to close the public hearing. One of the reasons I think that continuing this is a good idea is to get as much public input as possible. So I'll look to Attorney Dittman to advise about how we should proceed.
So the consideration is that if we close the public hearing, we can always reopen the public hearing. It means you have to start back at the beginning, right? Whenever if there's new information presented, I don't know what's going to happen on the 9th in terms of this portion of it. If there's new information presented for whatever reason, that also requires it to reopen the public hearing. If we stop it right now, it means that we'll resume it exactly where it stopped. It means people have already spoken, can't speak again. We close public hearing out of the discussion. If we restart the process, then whoever spoke today can speak again. It's really up to the board. I mean, there's ways of doing it, but there's just something to think about.
Attorney Dittman, how can we then get input to staff about what we would like to see on January 9th?
Well, I think there's a couple ways to do that. I think one we can do is Mayor Pro Tem suggests we close the public hearing now, give some input, and then close it, and we'll just reopen the public hearing. That's
Okay.
one way to do it. Otherwise, you could send your input directly to staff. As trustees, you're always welcome to talk to staff. But what you as an individual trustee would like to see, that's another option as well. And then the third option, I think, would be just staff's going to do their best to present an agreement, and we just work through it when it comes up.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a preference?
I just am thinking about the expediting of time, and I feel like I have an opinion I wouldn't mind expressing to give staff my idea. And if other people, if it saved time for another trustee to not have to write up an email or something along those lines, I'm open. I feel there is a little bit of a need to give an opinion in order to direct where that meeting should go, and hopefully it is faster on the 9th.
So Attorney Dittman, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. If we close the public hearing tonight, we can reopen the public hearing on the 9th, so the public will still have an opportunity to give more input.
Yes, we can always do that. It just means we start it over again. So anyone who spoke tonight would have the opportunity to speak again.
And so would we have to do the staff report, questions for staff, applicant report, questions for applicant, or can we just start at the public hearing opening?
We can start at the public hearing. We'd only have to do the staff. We probably want to introduce with the staff report, a very short, abbreviated one, right? The only exception to that would be if there was new information, the application changed in some way between now and then we'd go through the whole thing from the beginning.
Okay. So then I think the thing to, yes, Planner Kimmett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rogan. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to provide a count on that 25-day consideration.
Okay, the public hearing is now open, so I don't think this is the time. Let me close the public hearing. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I'll entertain a motion and a second. We'll have discussion and then continue. Is that appropriate, Attorney Dittman?
Yep, I think that'll work just fine.
Okay, great. So the public hearing is now closed, and I would entertain a motion. Trustee Dottie.
Yeah, so this is a motion to approve the major development review, yes? Thank you. Oh,
Clerk
Clerk
Festus.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I thought I'd written down that I had a motion from you and a second to continue to a date certain of January 9th. Do we not vote on that, or?
I think that's been withdrawn.
Yes, thank you very much, Clerk Festus. Okay.
And I assume the seconder agrees with the withdrawal. I would assume at this point.
Yeah. Okay, so Trustee Dottie has made the motion, or is making.
Thank you.
You got interrupted. Go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the major development review, the final PUD plan of 317 Evans Street, finding that the application complies with the standards contained in Lyons Municipal Code 16-4-90 regarding PUDs and 16-17-30 regarding major development reviews.
Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Delman seconds. Okay, so now discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to kick us off?
Okay, so from a discussion standpoint, I would just like to say a couple of things that I would like for us to consider. I absolutely am in favor of using Lake McIntosh shares. This is affordable housing, no question in my mind. So let's just, anything that needs to be done from a share standpoint, it will all be considered Lake McIntosh share. So I would love to put that out there. In return, I would like, though, that we cap 80% AMI. So however that could look, I'm open to that discussion that could come up into the on the 9th. And I'm sorry, I'm getting lost on my words because I'm tired. So anyway, those are the two things that I felt really strongly about. And I guess I'm still wondering if I should make a motion, because I do feel like we could have perhaps 3 parking spots on the Dr. Bob property, but that can wait till the 9th as well.
Right, because there's no, so I want to, I just want to make sure I'm getting tired too. So I want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. So Attorney Dittman, is there no resolution in front of the board?
So I think the direction that Mayor Pro Tem is giving is in relation, and correct me if I'm wrong, to the condition that there be a development plan agreement associated with its approval. That's how it connects. Is that right?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. And so as the PCDC did in its resolution, you're saying there needs to be a development plan agreement, and you would like to see some sort of AMI, permanent affordability guarantee in that. And then 2, I don't think it's necessarily relevant, but I think we all understand that McIntosh shares should be considered in some form. And so you want to see the water shares and the affordability figured out in that required development agreement. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Dittman. Okay. Anything else to add, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, done. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion by board members, and then Planner Kimmett? I know you're waiting to chat. Trustee Dottie, I saw you first, then Trustee Edding.
I just want to say that I fully commend the applicant on being so professional and thorough, and really trying to do what's best for our community and keeping the residents in their homes, and also elevating their standard of living. I've personally visited those units, and I can see that this is a vast improvement upon what already exists. So thank you for that. And I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Farrell that I would like to make sure that the Lake McIntosh shares are eligible. And I would like to cap the 80% AMI so that we are in compliance with our own definition of workforce housing affordability. And I would like to revisit the additional 3 parking spots as well. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Trustee Dottie. Trustee Edding?
Yeah, real quick, just one additional item on the McIntosh shares. If possible, it would be great if this entire property could be using McIntosh shares, and that the one current Colorado Big Thompson share that is dedicated for this property be put back into our pool of available CBT shares. I don't know if that's possible, but if we could do a swap here, that would be beautiful.
Interesting thought. I hadn't thought about that. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Trustee Williams.
And we do know that these will qualify for McIntosh
Yeah.
for sure.
We can't bind a future board decision today, right? So we'll have to go through the process, but I think we all kind of know that it would be on its face eligible.
And I was just going to mention, it requires an application, so we will have the applicant submit the application and the board decides if this, it says, does staff believe that that this meets the criteria to be affordable housing? And if staff does, it's then presented to you all as the trustees to decide. And we can present that with the agreement.
Thank you, Director Kaplan, for that.
And
Any
there
other,
are external constraints on that.
sorry?
There are no external constraints on that as far as being able to. Okay.
The only constraint is the board approving it in a separate process.
I think what she might be asking is that we have an agreement with Longmont that we define affordable and commercial. They don't define it on our behalf.
Right.
That's exactly what I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no more comments, Planner Kimmett, you had a remark?
Yeah, Mayor Rogan, I don't know if it's a recommendation, but something to consider. So the hearing is scheduled for the 9th, and if we want to take into full consideration the 25 days since the application has been received and deemed as substantially complete, that date was December 7th. So 25 days from that time, not including the 25 business days. 25 business days, not including the holidays, would be January 10th, and 25 business days, including the holidays, would be January 13th.
Okay, thank you for that. I think what we should do on that issue is, well, let me ask Attorney Jitman, what's your opinion?
So we have to get, if the board desires to continue, we have to continue to a date certain. I can tell you right now that I am not available on the 10th or the 13th. The 10th, I have a conflicting board meeting. The 13th, I'm going to be predisposed that evening. Is Planner Kimmett, would you say that including the holidays is the 10th and not including the holidays? I mean, if it's a business day, it doesn't include the holidays.
Right.
Sorry, Attorney Dittman, a business day does not include the holidays, you're saying?
So you can't count a holiday as a business day.
Right, so that's where that 13th date came in, would be that date.
Then it probably needs to be the 16th then.
And then the 16th is Martin Luther King Day.
May I make a suggestion?
Please.
May I suggest that we let the individuals that are on the advisory commission to attend the meeting on the 9th and give a statement of what they think is appropriate, versus it being a commission statement. We're inviting them individually to come forward in a public. Can we do it that way instead?
They can only speak on their individual behalf if they do that.
Exactly.
They can't speak as the commission.
As a board. Exactly.
So, Attorney Jitman, what remedies can we look at for this issue, do you think?
Well, I think it would be rendered moot if the EAB can meet next week sometime or into this week and figure it out, right? I mean, that would be the easiest solution.
I mean, if we're talking about for the greater good, right? This is something that we feel is important. And I wouldn't want to see this project held up and delayed for a whole nother week. So I would like to be able to say to the EAB, by all means, come as individual, either meet beforehand and let us know, or come as individuals and please give us your input at that time on the 9th. Can we do it that way?
I would be open to doing it that way. I don't know how the EAB would feel about doing it that way.
They might not like it.
Yeah. And my question is, are we violating our own code at this point if the EAB does not get their 25 days to weigh in?
If the EAB doesn't weigh in and they weren't given 25 days, then it's arguable that you would not be following our own procedures and policies.
Okay, so, and they were not given 25 days is what I'm hearing.
Well, it's 25 days from the date that the application is complete. It's not 25 days from the date of receipt. So that's another important distinction as well.
Okay. I think yes, Administrator Simonson.
I was just thinking, you asked about alternatives. Attorney Dittman, you, in the past, we did have a workshop on this issue. It was agreed upon by the board that they were willing to make this expedient as possible. Does the board have the ability to waive their own requirement because it is for affordable housing?
So there are many other places where it specifically says they can waive a requirement like the density for affordable housing. When I read the referral requirement earlier, there was no such waiver available. I will look again just to be sure.
And it's all boards and commissions, or is it really specific to the two that are statutory, which is Planning Commission and Board of Adjustments?
So it got changed. You may remember during the last board term to all town advisory boards and commissions. So it reads, after receipt of a complete development plan, it shall be promptly distributed to applicable town staff, all town advisory boards and commissions and referral agencies. And blah, 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 blah. And all the same shall be, each of whom will be given 25 business days from the termination of completeness to provide comments to the town administrator.
Administrator Simonson.
Could it be possible to say that, we do notify them all that we would love to have, if they could host a special meeting? They did it once before for another project, I believe, the hotel they did. That could we listen to what their concerns are and have the caveat with the developer that there may be additional concessions in regard to ecology after the fact, and make an amendment to the development agreement if it is something that is that critical. I think we already kind of know what the issues are based on comments tonight. And so, we take those into consideration as we draft the final, and then we can amend development agreements. We've done it with Summit and others.
What I would recommend doing is mandating the ecology board hold a special meeting to make the issue move.
Okay.
I think the board should direct the ecology board that you have a special meeting on X date, basically.
Serve at your will.
Otherwise, I think the only option is to have it on the 16th.
Okay, well, and and my understanding is that wouldn't work for the applicant.
So do you need a motion?
Do
Or
we
just
need,
let the staff?
I don't know, Attorney Dittman, do we need a motion to direct the ecology board to meet?
We're kind of in uncharted territory here. I think this kind of direction may be
Okay.
a good idea, or maybe even giving the authority to the mayor to direct the ecology board to have a meeting on a certain day, maybe a better solution. And we certainly can't do it here because we're in the middle of a motion whether or not to approve this plan. We can't have a motion on directing the ecology board. There's not germane. But I think the direction should be ecology board needs to have their meeting, and then at that point it's rendered moot because they don't have they had their opportunity.
Okay, I will reach out to the ecology board. Okay, so is there any other discussion, any other direction to staff at this point?
I still think we need a motion to continue to a date certain. So
I would like to make a motion to continue to a date certain, January 9th. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. We'll vote on the amendment to continue to January 9th.
Motion passes unanimously, sorry.
Thank you, thank you. So before we move on, I know that Ms. Kaplan from the Student Advisory Committee has been super patient, and she asked if we would like her to present at another time, considering the length of the meeting. So I would like to move to strike item 11.1 from the agenda. Is there a second? Trustee Dati seconds. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote on that.
And that passes unanimously as well.
Great, thank you. So I would like to again thank Mr. Williams, Ms. Nath, the whole team there. Look forward to seeing you on the 9th. And with that, I am going to leave you in Mayor Pro Tem's very capable hands for the rest of the evening. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, everybody, for all of the thoughtfulness and dedication in dealing with these complicated issues. And thanks again to staff. And I hope you all have a smooth rest of the evening. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion for a 10-minute break? And then we'll come back and whip through consent agenda and the remaining items and try to adjourn as soon as possible. Or Victoria, I'm sorry, Administrator Simonson?
We have a presentation by Boulder County, and they are still on the line and wanting to do that.
Okay.
Could we do maybe a 5 minute or have them go first?
5 minutes?
Cami Edson is on there. There she is.
Yeah, hi you all. I am more than happy to wait, and I'm also more than happy to reschedule knowing how long your evening is going. So I'm flexible, whatever works for you all, and I can definitely keep my presentation shorter than what was planned as well. So
How long did you have planned, Cami?
I believe it was originally about 15 minutes, but I can basically just do an introduction of the plan, and then we can talk about meeting another time to get into the details if that's a better use of time.
It's the will of the board. What would you like to do tonight?
Your preference? How
I
about
would, I would prefer the shorter presentation, then come back later.
Okay. All right. So then let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll be back for a shorter presentation. Thank you, Cami.
No problem. Thank you all.
Make sure you turn your microphones off during the break, please.
Administrator Simonson, I have a question for you. Would it be appropriate to make a motion to move general business, the presentation up before consent, so that Cami can be done for the evening?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm looking here. Yes, both those items are mine and the clerk, so we can handle those.
Okay.
Definitely can do that.
So when everybody returns, I think we're waiting for Trustee Edding next. Then I'm going to ask for somebody to make a motion to amend the agenda to move the presentation from Boulder County Mobility for All up before consent agenda. Somebody could just say so moved.
So moved.
Second. All right. Trustee Daddy is second. All in favor? Great. Okay. Tammy Edson, thank you so much for joining us. Please feel free to take the floor.
Sure. Thank you all. Yeah, I appreciate the time. I know you've had a long evening. It sounded like I heard snippets, kind of a fascinating project you're discussing. But I am one of your peers from Boulder County. I work in community planning and permitting. And I am a transportation planner. And so tonight I wanted to make sure that your community and your board and your town staff are aware of a new plan that was adopted by Boulder County Commissioners a few months ago. And so I am going to just do a quick version of the plan overview tonight, and then invite those of you who are interested in wanting to maybe discuss in further detail some of the details we were going to present on. We can meet up at another time. And so I put my name and contact information in the chat box. Hopefully everybody can see that. And there should be a link to the plan itself, as well as to the web page where you can also find the plan if you would like to reference it later. But about 1.5 years ago, we started a planning process with probably about 40 to 50 community partners across Boulder County to develop what is called a coordinated human services transportation plan. It has never existed before in Boulder County. We don't know of any municipality or municipal partners who have developed their own. But the idea is that we're building upon the transportation master plan, which many of the small communities do have their own version of a transportation master plan, but focusing in on the most vulnerable communities. So low income individuals, which I think connects to who you're talking about with the project tonight, youth and families, veterans, and older adults. So those folks who are typically underrepresented sometimes in transportation planning or planning in general, this coordinated plan was meant to focus just on those most vulnerable populations. So like I said, with about 40 to 50 community partners, and I say shout out to Kim Mitchell, I don't know if she's still on here, but she participated in the process on behalf of the town of Lyons. We now have this plan that has 25 recommended strategies for communities to potentially focus on. And it's called a coordinated plan, particularly in that the intent of it is that this is not a Boulder County plan. We may be the stewards of it, but it's meant that all of our local municipal partners review the plan and see which of these strategies are things that they are working on or could potentially work on, and find collaborative partnerships. So I know you haven't had a chance to necessarily review the plan, but I invite you to look at the plan on the 25 strategies and see how that might align with the town of Lyons priorities already. And then reach out to us at Boulder County for potential project alignments or collaboration, or any other ideas of who else you think might be a great person or a great partner to collaborate on. As many of the topics and recommendations in this plan, I guarantee overlap with everything that I heard you all talking about tonight. And so We wanted it to be mutually beneficial, so you all don't have to go create your own plan. You can use this plan as a Town of Lyons strategic plan if it helps you. We're hoping it will help us all leverage greater dollars when it comes to, bringing in grant money. And then identify where are those shared projects where we might have right-of-way issues or things like that, or, adjacent properties, wherever it might be. But again, all of the strategies are really centered around those most vulnerable populations. So we finally have the first plan of its kind in Boulder County that we're aware of. And this plan helps us all be able to leverage federal dollars now that we weren't eligible before without this plan. So that was one reason why Boulder County wanted to work in partnership with municipal partners so we could leverage greater federal dollars that were prior to having one of these plans not eligible for us to go after. So that's kind of the big picture overview. So if there's anybody who really would like to talk about what's in this plan in more detail, I would love to, come back and we can set up a meeting outside of a board meeting time and really kind of go through what are those 25 strategies and where there might be alignment with some Town of Lyons strategic planning. We're totally open to that anytime. But at least now you have access to what the plan is and where to find the information. But I'm open to any questions, but there's my quick, dirty, high level version.
Are there any questions? Maybe we could direct staff to put this forward to a workshop in the future, or that way we can have a little bit more time to review it ahead of time and then ask some more poignant questions.
Definitely. We come back anytime that works better too, and get a little bit more into the details if that works. We'd love to do that. We're kind of doing the road show with all the municipal partners, so just let us know and we're happy to come back.
I really appreciate your taking the time this evening. Sorry we were so late.
It's okay. Thank you, Kim. She was texting me, still going, you're still there. So it's like, I get it. I know how these things work. So no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Have a good night, you all.
You too. Okay, would anybody like to, well, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
The clerk needs to read it.
Read it in.
Okay.
Okay. One is resolution 2023-1, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the appointment of the town clerk pro tem for the Town of Lyons. Item 2 is resolution 2023-2, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a DOLA grant for housing study. Item 3 is the December 19th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item 4 is January accounts payable.
Okay, is there a motion to approve? Trustee Dati, any second? Okay, I saw Trustee Williams. Would anybody like to, oh, I guess we have to vote on that first and then see what we can pull. Okay. Is that right?
No,
No.
if anybody wants to pull it first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Would you like to pull something from consent? Okay. Yes, Trustee Edding.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 2 from consent, please.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, then all in favor of approving items other than number 2? Raise your hand. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Trustee Eddie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just asked to pull item 2, not because I necessarily disagree with it, but I would just like to remind the Board of Trustees, we have a long history of studying housing in Lyons. Since the flood, we've had 3 task forces worked on housing assessment, housing needs, housing strategies that incorporate over hundreds of man hours of time in housing. When we contracted the LPPA, we asked for Kerningham and Ritchie to put a major emphasis on housing. And that was a very expensive $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 budget. I know we asked Clarion to concentrate on housing as well. So we've put a lot of time into this. We put an enormous amount of money into it. And many of the same conclusions that we've gotten from those housing task forces just always kind of repeated themselves as you went to the next housing task force, as you went to the next one. So I think just as a reminder to the Board of Trustees, instead of just staying, instead of just kind of waiting for this, I think it would be really good and be really respectful of taxpayers' money if the Board of Trustees could spend some time with the people that chaired the last housing committees, got their input, and understood all of the dilemmas, all of the analysis. I believe it's all in the public record. I'd also remind people to go back to the LPPA. Kerningham and Ritchie did a beautiful job summarizing the impediments we have as far as housing. And, you know, the last I looked, none of them have changed. So I think we could educate ourselves a lot on all the enormous amount of work that's happened in the past before just simply hiring yet another study. I still support it, but I just think we should be cognizant of how much taxpayer money we're using to just rehash the same thing over and over. Thanks. I'm done. Yep.
Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment, Trustee Eddie, because that's exactly why DOLA is offering this. This is their very last round of these grants. The intent is to actually, if we accept these funds, we have to come out with a list of policies. We will be taking to our Planning Commission and our Board of Trustees that will change the trajectory of affordable housing in our community. So I will be sure that whoever is, you know, this will have to go out for an RFP and all that, but whoever is selected, we'll make sure they have all of those other assessments. But really, I think what the state is seeing is we all know there's an issue, but we have impediments that we can't get over. So this one is specific to land use, zoning code, and policy updates that are needed to reduce barriers to affordable housing in your community. And we have to bring forward and adopt something in each of those categories if we accept this.
So, yeah, if I could comment on that, that's absolutely fantastic. It's just not another report that we're just going to read at the end of the day and then shelve on the desk.
No, we have to come forward with actual policy solutions to the issues that face your community. You know, in some communities, it's homelessness. In some communities, it's like for us, ours is mostly land use. Others, it's, you know, different issues. So, no, this is specific to adoption of strategic policies we will bring forward for adoption.
Okay, so I'm really glad to hear that, because that puts some impetus on us to actually do something. But also, I did want to bring up something, Administrator Simonson. I heard you mention years and years ago something called the silver tsunami. Do you remember that phrase?
Oh yeah, the baby boom. Yeah, the boomers.
The baby boomers and housing for affordable housing for the elderly. And so I would really like it, if this is the final version and we are going to spend yet more money on this, to try to ask different questions this time.
That's a good point. For those who aren't familiar with the silver tsunami, there's a range of time frame where the baby boomers, those who were born between 1946 and 64, are all retiring. And it's called a tsunami because as we just are seeing with the pandemic, they're all leaving the workforce, and now they're all going to need more accessible housing and more in communities that are walkable and friendly to live and age in. And so yes, that I'm sure that will come up in this, but thank you. That's a great reminder. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you, Trustee Farrell.
Yes. So is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
Okay. And is there a second? All right, Trustee Williams, all in favor?
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, so next up is, we've got that. We did consent, Boulder County Administrative Report.
You have trustee reports.
You want to do
first, Sonia.
trustee report?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah. All right, trustee reports. I'm going to start from my screen. So Trustee Edding, you get to go first.
Actually, I have very little. I enjoyed Christmas and New Year's, I can tell you that. And so nobody was meeting during that time. The UEB does meet tomorrow. So that's happening. And then I'll apologize to Chairman Kaplan, but we'll have her on for the next meeting. So that's all I have.
Great. All right, Trustee Daddy.
Hi, I promise to keep this short and sweet. The EVC did not meet in December. Their next meeting will be Monday, January 9th. There's actually a lot of meetings on Monday, including the extra one there. We have the Housing and Human Services Commission, also a meeting January 9th. And I have been attending a special task force surrounding Main Street fire recovery efforts. I'm very thankful to town staff taking the time every Wednesday at 4 to meet with local stakeholders such as LEAF and the Chamber of Commerce. We have a couple of members such as Paul Dreyer, the chairman of the Economic Vitality Commission, who will help lead a needs assessment. And I just want to remind everybody that there's that revolving loan fund that's at about $100,000, and any business owner can apply for a grant for up to $20,000 with 0% interest. So every Wednesday we'll be meeting to make sure that any business affected by the fire is getting the help that they need. Oh, one question I wanted to ask Administrator Simonson regarding the Chamber of Commerce. Am I able to just forward the financial update with the sales tax revenue to the Chamber?
Of course, everything's public information.
Okay, great. So just the update with the Chamber then is that I'll make sure that they get that information regarding marijuana revenue and sales tax revenue.
All right, Trustee Williams.
So the Historic Preservation Committee is now meeting on the third Wednesday of the month. Sarah Lorang is the new chair and very productive last time around. She'll be attending the Saving Places Conference in Boulder, February 8 to 10. The next certified local government evaluation will be done in 2024. They'll be applying for a $25,000 grant by January 17. Probably a history focused on Lions After Dark. Annual report, of course, will be delivered by the 16th. But the biggest question they had is, do we have any responsibility or authority to look into historical matters before we were incorporated as a town, particularly looking there at Native American history, and that might even include a repatriation of Native American artifacts, things like that. So the question is, do we have any authority to proceed as a commission previous to the time that we were incorporated as a town?
So I think the answer is, if there's like designating a place as historic, then yes.
Right.
Repatriating Native American artifacts is really a job for the state archaeologist, but certainly the town has a role in informing the state archaeologist when such artifacts are discovered. We've done that in the past on some matters, but that's really kind of our role, is identifying that these exist to the state archaeologist who comes out and does the survey and actually does the repatriation to the appropriate tribe.
To be looking into that or not?
Should.
Yes, I guess. I still kind of confused as to what extent they want to look into it. I mean,
they really want to take a harder look at the history of the town before we were incorporated by the state of Colorado and identify sites related to that. We just want to make sure it's within their purview.
yeah, I think researching is fine. I think the actual repatriation of artifacts or that kind of stuff, state archaeologists though.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep, that tells me all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a question about that. So if they're writing a grant, is that still though going through town administration?
Yeah, only no board can get its own grant. It has only the town board can approve that grant request.
So Trustee Williams, are you just making sure that they're working with staff?
I was informed that they're working with staff on that.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, we, just so everyone knows, if a board or commission wants to apply for a grant, we should just make sure that's either like in my admin report or your board or commission comes in front of the board, so that if there's any commitment to funding, matching funds, staff time, everyone's aware of that commitment prior to applying. And the other thing, today Priscilla Cohan started as a part-time staff, and she will be the liaison now to historic preservation and arts and humanities.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
All right, Trustee Delman.
So the Parks and Rec have not met since we last met, and their January meeting has been canceled until February, so I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Elson?
Same here. Everybody enjoyed Christmas. It sounds like the EAB will be meeting this week, though.
Or will you be able to help them?
I can try, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No worries.
All right, let's see, anybody else? I'm next. PCDC. I think because we're going to have a special meeting on the 9th, that they might not be meeting and actually waiting until the 23rd, but I don't know that for a fact. I have not been in touch with PCDC since the end of December. So I really don't have anything new to report there, except that they are taking direction to updating the comprehensive plan based on the work that was put into it up to the time that we sent it back to them. And then I had a request that that I would like to see that staff, maybe we can move forward with creating a discussion or an agenda at some point on raising the sales tax marijuana, the marijuana sales tax. I know it's approved, but, or no, I guess that was the other sales tax, but if we could put into place a new approval process for that. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
I don't think you're the only one. So
does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah. So if I remember correctly, in our code, it says we can raise the marijuana revenues up to a certain level with a resolution, I think. So we could probably workshop it.
Right. And we discussed it during the budget. And so now that it's 23, I kind of think it's something that we should add to our to-do list. That's my recommendation. Okay. Anything else before we move on? All right. In that case, the next thing is administrator's report.
The administrator's report, I will keep this light as well. I think you're all kind of updated. We just do want to let the public know to anticipate that the wastewater rates will be, as you approved an increase in those recently, that'll be showing up on people's bills this month. Railroad Avenue is reopened, westbound. Old Man Winter Bike Rally has applied for a permit to use Bone Park this year. That's always been a really good event, and you can see Mr. Dittman ride in that.
And
right?
my wife this year. So
Oh, both of you, good. Big event. And then we do want to let the public know too about this prescribed burn that's going to start on Hall Ranch. We don't want people getting too nervous when they start seeing smoke from that area. So we have been putting out e-blasts about that, but just to remind everyone, as well as the ice rink is open, skate at your own risk. And then a couple, I did send out an upcoming events sheet again, which some of you said that's helpful. Happy to print that for you if that works even better. But we do have a few things coming up to make sure everybody is aware of. January 4th, we have, that is, oh, that's tomorrow. January 4th, we have, no, January 5th, we have, Mr. Kaplan has his deposition for the Honeywell case. The 9th, we have a special meeting. And we are planning to have a Laura meeting on the 19th. And there was one other thing out there. Shoot, couldn't find my calendar. It's probably good for now. Any questions on admin report? She called on you. Trustee Daddy. You were muted.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Well, first, I just want to say kudos to town staff for just helping manage resources and efforts around recovery for the Main Street fire. Thank you so much for that. Also, I have a question. Yes, I would like you to forward the events calendar. I didn't actually see it in the agenda. I must have missed that somewhere. So if you could possibly send that again, that would be great. I had a question regarding the Old Man Winter Bike Rally. I'm curious as to what their impact or permit fee is to the town of Lyons.
I will need to find that for you. Kim Mitchell works on those. And since they're still working on the details, I don't know if that has even been identified. It's based on the number of participants and then other impacts to the park, but I'll be sure. I saw you emailed me. I just didn't get to it yet. So
no, that's fine. I just want to
I'll
make sure
send that
that
back to you.
it balances out anything that it's costing us to run. I don't know how much it costs. I'd love to know where when these events, like kind of like the parade at Christmas, I feel like it's just good for us to know how much these events cost, and it's like an expense and revenue thing. How much do they cost?
Events such as that should pay for themselves, and then of course they also pay for any damages they do to our facilities above what we expected for just use. But I will get you that. I do have that email.
Great. I just like to get ahead of any complaints but guess what? The town of Lyons makes money from these events. I'd love to have some kind of positive response.
And this year, the Old Man Winter Rally is 2 different bike races, a combined bike and run, and a run. And so it's a full day of events.
With over 1,000 people, yes.
And it's also not put on by the town.
That of 500 last time. So.
Okay. Anything else, Administrator Simonson?
Nope. I have the finance update was also included in your packet. Director Eyestone is not here tonight. As you can see, the sales tax held very steady, almost equal, down to a couple $100 at last year at the same time. This is the first month that, because we now have 3 local retail marijuana licenses, we're able to now share that information with you. And for the October retail marijuana sales, those 3 businesses brought in about a little over $25,000 in revenue. So we will now be able to provide that type of information to you. And I think her report was pretty self-explanatory, unless you want me to go into detail, but due to the hour, I don't know if you want me to do that.
Does anybody have a question? Administrator Simonson? No? Okay. Anything else from that standpoint? No? Okay. Legal update. And I have a question if you don't have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Bonita Yoder posted up on Facebook today looking for somebody to build a deck. And if her house is in foreclosure, how does that work?
I assume she's thinking she's going to buy her house out of foreclosure at auction tomorrow. I think that's what her plan is, but.
Okay.
It's my understanding this is not the first time. I think it's the 3rd or 4th. So I was going to, does the board want a representative present at that auction? Or are we okay with just hearing the results?
Well, was there something at one point that we were potentially considering trying to get a grant to purchase the property, and by having to write a letter of intent to the auctioneer, or how did that work?
No, what it was FEMA was advertising that they had grants available to purchase properties in floodways. And so it could have been an option for us, but it's a process that takes 3 to 6 months. And we did not have that kind of notification for the auction, nor had the board talked about if they wanted that to happen, knowing, you know, how critical lots in town are. So they had just indicated to me that it would certainly be eligible for consideration, but it would take 3 to 6 months. And that they said if at the auction tomorrow the buyer has buyer's remorse, let them know and we can still pursue that. So I did not submit anything formally knowing the time frame.
Okay. Do you feel it's necessary to have somebody there to represent the town?
I don't think it's necessary. It'd be more of just an interest of, because they're selling it or they're auctioning it as is, and there's not even a mention of that it's in a floodway. So I do have some really significant concerns that the buyer is not going to understand that the whole bottom level is not occupiable, you know, and that we're going to then end up dealing, you know, having a lot of communication about what they can't do, and they're going to be really disappointed. But
In all the existing code violations that still have to be corrected by whoever buys it, you know.
yeah. So it was more of if there was someone there who wanted some questions answered, but at this point too, it's in motion, and if we aren't going to be bidding on it, I guess we can just wait to see what happens. But if you want to have someone there, I can certainly see if Aaron or myself or someone who's Zach, the code compliance, someone who's knowledgeable about the situation could attend.
Anybody want to say something there? It does not look like. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Daddy.
Yeah, I think if it's going to save time and resources in the future, it might be good to have somebody present. I don't know how long it's supposed to last, but if somebody can give correct information, it might save town staff some grief in the future.
Administrator Simonson, where is it?
It's in Boulder at I don't remember, at clerk's or assessor's office, one of the two.
Okay. And is it first thing in the morning?
It's like
It's at 10 a.m.
30, yeah.
Why don't we leave that up to you and staff to see if somebody's available? If not, doesn't sound like a priority. Okay. All righty. Summary of action items.
Okay. Excuse me. I've got staff is to review the LEAF grant agreement language when available. Sergeant Sears is to obtain the final report on the Main Street fire. Next, I have the public hearing on the development review for 317 Evans has been moved to a date certain of January 9th. Next, I have the Student Advisory Commission presentation scheduled for tonight is moved to the January 17th Board of Trustees meeting. And then next is a potential workshop with the Boulder County Mobility for All to follow up on tonight's presentation. Next is an agenda item to potentially raise the marijuana tax rate. We're also to send the event calendar to the Board of Trustees. The board would like to see costs and revenues on the Old Man Winter event. And if available, have town staff attend the Yoder foreclosure hearing.
I only have one other item, and that is to potentially put forward the transportation plan in a workshop setting if we can fit that in.
Oh yeah, I put that potential workshop with Mobility for All.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
That's all I have.
Draft a development plan agreement in accordance with the staff direction or board direction, sorry.
Okay. Does anybody have anything for that? Doesn't sound like it. Okay, so we're ready to adjourn. Is there a motion? Trustee Daddy,
I motion to adjourn this meeting.
discussion? No, okay, call for a vote.
Favor. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, everybody, have a lovely night.
Me too.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Hi, everyone.